A 19-year-old girl was found dead in the freezer. The hotel is affiliated with the police department. The hotel bio research place is affiliated. The crematory place is affiliated. Everything that about that hotel is affiliated with that police department in Rosemont. They have the same address. 2 live videos that was posted by those 2 people that's affiliated in gangs, posted live videos in details about what happened to Kenneka, what was going to happen to Kenneka. All that's facts to the case. Everything else is the images, is made up, said, and everything. Y'all people have to understand. Y'all got to figure out what's true and what's fake. And even the fake shit, I keep telling y'all over and over, the fake stuff also is telling us the real deal.
Hello. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Kenneka Jenkins, what really happened? All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I am here. I am back live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Kenneka Jenkins, what really happened? You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, I am here and I am back. I'm here and I am back. And I know many people may come in and they may have asked the question, whatever Joseph, Kenneka Jenkins has been gone for over almost 9 years now. And why is it that you just can't leave this case alone? Well, to be honest with you, peoples, I will never leave the case alone. And it doesn't matter if it's 100 years, I will still be here and I will still talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case because, again, I'm not finished with it. Now, you may be, and you may want to look at something different or want to hear something different, or you may think something different or feel something different. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm not finished. I'm not finished with the case. Because see, the thing is, people, you know, there is a lot of things that has been happening lately. A lot of things has been happening. And I've been sitting back and I've been looking back at a lot of people and the various things that they've been saying and the various things that they've been doing. And it's just been kind of strange to me, people's. It's been very strange how people can go ahead and live their lives in the manner to which they are doing, but yet they don't even have any type of remorse. They don't really care. They don't really exhibit any type of anything for a supposed dear friend of theirs. It's just like business as usual. Now, I know that people need to go ahead and go with and live their lives and things of that nature. But see, the thing is, people's one thing is still pressing within my mind and within my spirit, and I just can't get over it. It's the simple fact as to what happened to Kenneka. That still hasn't been solved, people's. Now I know a lot of people have came with their different narratives, and a lot of people, had said a lot of things and have done a lot of things and have shown lives and so on and so forth. But see, the things that we have found in this gentleman's post, in this gentleman post, had brought more questions than answers, peoples. Now, as I've shown you the last time that I went live and I went to this gentleman's Instagram, we have clearly seen Kenneka in the bathroom with Monifa, and they were standing there and they had a cup in their hand, peoples. And you clearly seen Kenneka. clearly seeing Kenneka in the video, peoples, which clearly says, peoples, that Kenneka Jenkins was at the establishment. Kenneka Jenkins was at the establishment. Now, you may not agree with me, but that's okay. You don't have to agree with me, peoples. You may think that Kenneka was at the Marriott. You may think that Kenneka was at Schiller's Park. You may even think that Kenneka was at some party on the west side of Chicago. But see, people, the thing is, and if you really take a retrospective look at this particular case, you will come to discover, just as I did, that it is impossible to have a live person play herself in an establishment when the people said that she was supposed to have been deceased. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? See, the thing is, peoples, is that if Kenneka Jenkins was deceased and she was brought to the Crown Plaza, well, then think about what you're saying. What you're saying is that there were some people who were a lot stronger than Teresa Martin, Monifa, Shemaya, Bree, Irene, and all of the others, TY and crew, Tanasia and crew, even the Crown Plaza. And it had to be an orchestrated event for them to go and take a body of a deceased girl into an establishment and go and play a part of Kenneka. And then post that video on live. And have all of these people play Kenneka on live. Now that's so far-fetched, peoples, because see, throughout the years, I've had so many different people come to my live and say that this and that and this and that and this and that. And so on today, peoples, I want to give those people an opportunity to come to my live and to share their thoughts and views. I want to give the people an opportunity to speak their piece and to share whatever they want to share about this case. Because see, the thing is, peoples, my spirit is still not settled. It's still not settled. Because see, the thing is, when we look at all of these videos of Kenneka, peoples, you got to ask yourself the question, peoples. Got to ask yourself the question. Because see, the thing is, peoples, with all of the pictures that ever surface about Kenneka, why is it that we only seen younger pictures of Kenneka? You guys hold on for one moment. Oh, well, no, I'm not going to answer that. I'm not going to answer that because some people who wants me to purchase something and I'm not trying to go there. I've already told them to stop calling me, but yet they continue to keep calling me. Now, see, people's help me to make this make sense. Throughout all of the pictures that we ever seen of Kenneka. Now, I'm not putting the last name to it, peoples. I'm just putting the first name. Name Kenneka, the girl who they called Kenneka. Out of all of the pictures that we've ever seen of a young lady named Kenneka, my question is simple, peoples. Why is it that we only seen younger pictures of Kenneka? Why is it that we never seen any older pictures of Kenneka? That's all of the pictures that TM has ever gave to showcase a young lady named Kenneka. Now, was that purposely done? What was that to garner sympathy and empathy from the people whenever they talked about this case? Because anytime that you look up anything about Kenneka, you've always seen baby pictures or younger pictures when she was like about 12, 13 years old or somewhere along that line. But you never seen an older picture of Kenneka. And why is that, peoples? Well, I can tell you why, and I know that you may not even agree with me, peoples, but that is okay because a lot of people don't agree with me, and that is okay because the simple fact is, peoples, I have already proven myself many times over throughout the years. Now, you may not believe that there are several girls who look alike, whose name is Kenneka with different last names. You may not agree with that, but that's okay, peoples, because again, if you ever go back throughout my lives, you will always see that there is a big difference between these particular girls who they call Kenneka. One speaks with a lisp. One has a physical, a physical, what can I call it? A physical. Um, she has a physical deformity. She has a disability. Okay. One has a recessed tooth in her mouth, and one has perfect teeth. Do you understand what I'm saying? One is taller, almost like an Amazon, and one is shorter, whom they call Shorty. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying, people? I have literally shown you throughout the years two different girls, one with straight teeth, one with a tooth that is recessed, one has sideburns, and one doesn't. One is taller, and one is shorter. One had a baby, and one got pregnant but lost the baby. Do you understand what I'm saying? And both was supposed to have been TM's daughter. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I want to give the people an opportunity to come and speak because I know many of you guys sit back and you watch my lives and things, and you've all the time got things to say, and you chime out in the chat. But I'm gonna give you an opportunity to come to the live, and I'm gonna give you an opportunity to speak your piece. I'm gonna give you an opportunity to showcase your talents and to let us know what your opinions, what your views is when it comes down to this particular case. And see, people, not only am I'm going to talk about Kenneka Jenkins, but I'm going to talk about Kendrick Johnson, and I'm going to talk about Shanquilla Robinson. And then I am going to talk about some other cases that is out in on live as well. But right now I'm focused on the person who we all call Kenneka. And never mind whatever your narrative may be, whatever my narrative may be, I'm only going to go by what the evidence shows. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm only going to go by what they said. What the evidence shows, what they said. And that's all that we can go by, peoples. Now, whether you agree with the evidence or not, that's no here or there. Because everybody has their opinion, and I respect everybody's opinion. But see, the thing is, peoples, even with your opinion, things has to line up and things has to make sense. Do you understand what I'm saying? And if it doesn't make sense, well, then my question to you is, why are you saying it? Because if you can't make sense of that, of what you're saying, then you know what I call it? I'll call it nonsense. It is nonsense. Okay? Now, don't get mad at me because you ain't making sense of what you're saying. And if you can't make sense of what you're saying, well, then what you're saying is nonsense. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? Now, I'm not trying to be funny and I'm not trying to put people down, but make some sense with what you are saying. Now, I'm going to go back and I'm going to go and play excerpts of some different lives so we can hear what these people had said. Because, see, it wasn't my narrative, it was theirs. It was what they said, it's what they thought, it's what they believed. Now, you can tell me whether it makes sense or whether it is nonsense, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? You tell me what you believe. Okay? So never mind what I say, never mind what I think, never mind what I feel, never mind what I do. Because what I say, what I think, what I do has no bearing upon what you feel. You feel the way that you feel, you say what you need to say, you do what you need to do. You think the way that you think. That's fine. I want people to think for themselves, not for me to think for them. Now, everything that I have said and everything that I have shown was based upon the evidence that was given. Now, if you got a better narrative, well, then come and express it the best way that you can. Come and show your proof to your truth, or explain it in great detail and then make sense of it, peoples. Because if it doesn't make sense, well, then my question would simply be, why are you saying it? You know, I never ask anybody to believe anything that I'm saying. I need you to think for yourself. But in so thinking for yourself, I need you to make sense of what you are saying. And see, peoples, we're going to talk about Kenneka. We're going to talk about Kendrick Johnson. We're going to talk about Shanquella Robinson. We're going to talk about other cases. And I'm going to present what they have shown. And I'm going to give you an opportunity to speak your piece as to what you believe has happened. Is that all right, peoples? Okay. Now, I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to fuss, fight, and feud. I'm not here to be dominant. I'm not here to try to push my narrative or my views upon you. You're your own person. You think the way that you think. You say what you say. You do what you do. You feel the way that you feel. Is that all right, peoples? All right. I see my people's in the house. So before I begin, peoples, let me give a shout out. Hello, Gina, to you. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Gina to you had says, greetings, Edward and everyone. All right, peoples. So I'm going to put the link in the chat. I want everybody to be respectful. If you come up to the panel, you're more than welcome. Friends and foes, people who are you still got to alt with me. Well, that's fine. That's your problem. It's not mine. I don't have an alt with nobody. Everybody's welcome. Just be respectful to me and be respectful to the people in the chat. And then anybody who comes to the panel, be respectful to them. And then, as Rodney King had said, can we all get along? Is that all right, peoples? So let me go ahead and let me put the link in the chat. And then I'm going to transition over to this particular Instagram thing. And we're going to watch a few videos and stuff. And we're going to talk about a few things here, people. Is that all right? So let me copy the link in the chat here. Where is the link? StreamYard had did some things different, so things is a little different now. So I haven't had a chance to really look at all of the updates, but I see that they made a lot of updates and make the live a little bit more better than how we used to do it. But it's okay, peoples. And I see a lot of the things ain't coming up, but at least I got one thing that's showing up here. And that's fine. So there's the link to the chat, peoples. The link is in the chat room. So if you want to come up to the panel, you're more than welcome. But let me go ahead and let me share my screen, peoples. I'm going to share this particular page right here. Okay, there we go. And then we're going to take a look at this, peoples. We're going to take a look at this together. And I want you to see some things, peoples. I want you to first notice the shoes that the young lady is wearing. She is wearing some gray Jordans, as you can see in the picture there, peoples. You see in the video right there, right? She is wearing some gray Jordans. And not only is she wearing some gray Jordans, but it looks like she's got on some black socks. It looks like, you know, it looks like Monifa got on some black socks, and it looks like she's got on some black socks. She's got on something. She's wearing some type of socks because this area right here is black. Did you see what I'm saying? Now I want you to look at the structure of the legs, people. Look at the structure of the legs and look how slender she is. Now she is not towering over Monifa. Did you see what I'm saying? She's not towering over Monifa. So I'm gonna play the video and I want you guys to watch this very closely and tell me what you think. Let's go. Now, when you look at the young lady in the video, you can clearly see that she is just about the same height as Monifa. She's not towering over Monifa. Peoples, let's play this video again. See? She's not towering over Monifa. She's about the same height as Monifa. Y'all see that, right? Now, let me do this because see, I'm gonna see if I can extract this video from here, and I'm gonna try to put it in my my editing software because I want to slow the video down. So let me go ahead and let me call up my one to share and see if I can extract this particular video from here, and I'm gonna play it in my editing software because I want you guys to notice something here, peoples. So let me go ahead and let me copy that, put it into my editing software, and download that video. There it is right there. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, peoples, is I'm going to share my screen in a different way so you can clearly see what I'm doing. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen a different way. So let me remove that, and I'm gonna share my screen like this because I always like to be transparent, and I want to show my entire screen like this so then you guys can clearly see what I'm doing. All right. Okay, so we got the video. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this particular video from its location, if we can find it. I think this is it right here. Okay, we're going to take this video and we're going to put it on a desktop. Okay, then we're going to put that up here, and then we're going to open up my editing software, and we're going to drop that video in there. And I want you guys to notice something. So I don't really want to copy all of these videos to my desktop because then it just takes away from my memory. Okay. So we got my editing software up. We're just going to wait till it finishes initializing. And we're going to do something here, people. So we're going to take a look at something because I want you to look at something, peoples. Now, it's not what I say, it's what is being shown. All right. So come on, there we go. All right, cool. Okay, So we're going to put this video down here like such. All right. Then we're going to import that other video that we got, and we're going to put it in here like so. And then we're going to put that below that. That's just a little clip. Okay, so we're going to black that out, and we're going to black out the sound as well. And then we're going to come right here. And all we're going to do, we're going to make that full. All we're going to do, we're going to slow this down some. And we're going to get to the point to where we see person who they call Kenneka. Okay, let's play the video. Slow it down. I want you guys now notice. Look at the shoes. Look at the shoes and look at around her shoes. It looks like she's got on black socks. But in the freezer, she has on no socks. Okay? So it looks like Monifa got on, some black socks. It looks like she's got on black socks. She's got on blue jeans with white Jordan shoes, and it looks like she has on black socks. Okay? So now let's look. Now Monifa has a cup in her hand. Okay? And Monifa swings the camera around. Okay? Now, I want you to look at Monifa's shoulder when it compares to the young lady's shoulder. So now if I was to draw a line, you're almost about the same size. She's just a tad bit taller than Monifa. But if you look at shoulder to shoulder, they're almost about the same size, peoples. You see that? So let's look at this right here. Let's rewind that back a little bit. Okay. Now look at Monifa's shoulder compared to the young lady's shoulder. Okay, so Monifa got a cup in her hand. Okay. Now she shows the shoes. Okay. Now look at Monifa and how she formulates her mouth. See how she perks her mouth? That's the way that Kenneka does the same thing. Kenneka formulates her mouth just like what Monifa had did. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? Monifa is doing the same thing that Kenneka does. She formulates her mouth just like Kenneka. You got to remember, people, they were friends. And so friends do things like friends do and stuff. You see what I'm saying, right? So she formulate her mouth just like Kenneka because she's mimicking Kenneka and how Kenneka always do, because that's Kenneka's mannerisms. All right, so now let's go ahead and let's forward this a little bit. Now, I want you to look at the shoulder. Look at the shoulder. See, shoulder to shoulder. She's just a tad bit taller than Monifa, but not much. You see that, right? Because if you look at this shoulder, and if I draw a line across, just a tad bit taller, but not by much. You see what I'm saying? So when the people say that Kenneka towered over Monifa and Shemaiah, that's a lie. It's a lie, peoples, because she wasn't that taller than Monifa. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't lie, peoples. Here is the video right here. And you go shoulder to shoulder, you can clearly see right here, peoples. If I was to draw that line, look at the spacing from where the top of her shoulder is to where the top of Monifa's shoulder is. Not that tall, peoples. You see that? Now, let's play this a little bit. See, y'all be saying, well, Kenneka was taller than Monifa and all. No, she wasn't, peoples. Look. Now look at Kenneka. You see Kenneka? There's Kenneka right there. Now look at Kenneka, peoples. Look at how she has her hair flat ironed straight and straight down, and one is coming across her shoulder right here, and the other part is coming across the shoulder right there. And Kenneka is looking at Monifa, and they are in the bathroom. As you can see, right? There is Kenneka in the flesh. There is Kenneka as live can get, peoples. She was not deceased. She was in the bathroom with Monifa. Monifa and Kenneka was in the bathroom at the Crown Plaza. As you can see, peoples. As you can see, peoples. Monifa and Kenneka. And look at Kenneka. Kenneka was looking at Monifa's phone. Now, does it look on here, peoples, that Kenneka was intoxicated, inebriated, out of her mind? Does it look that way, peoples? Kenneka was looking upright, and she was looking directly at Monifa. As you can see, peoples, she was coherent. She was in her right mind. She was upright. She wasn't staggering. She wasn't slurring her words or anything. She knew where she was. She knew where the camera was because she was looking directly at the camera. Drunk people don't look directly at cameras, peoples. Drunk people don't stand upright and then look shoulder to shoulder. They're almost about the same height. So you can't tell me that Kenneka was towering over Monifa. And in the video, when they were walking in, that person that walked in was an Amazon. Because that person that walked in was taller than all of the girls. But that's not what the video says right here, people. The video says that Monifa and Kenneka was about the same height. So how do you get Kenneka being an Amazon when in the video you can clearly see shoulder to shoulder that they are about the same height, peoples? Where do you get that Kenneka was a Amazon? Where do you get that, peoples? Where do you get that? See, when people start saying things, then Edward Joseph all the time comes back and debunks the madness. Because see, the thing is, peoples, this is my line of expertise. This is what I have been doing forever in a day, peoples. And I've always loved to prove my stance. Because see, the thing is, peoples, I can't talk if I can't prove my stance. But you guys, y'all talk so much, but you can't prove nothing. You can't show nothing. You can't explain anything. All you do is ramble and rumble at the mouth, but you can't prove nothing. That's why they call Kenneka Shorty. People say, oh, well, Shorty is just a term of endearment that they use out in Chicago. No, peoples, they call Kenneka Shorty for a reason. Now, Monifa wasn't really that short. And Kenneka wasn't really that short. They probably was about 5'6", 5'7", just as the description had said. If you look at Monifa now, yeah, she's about 5'7". Kenneka about 5'7", not 5'10", 5'11", because that's tall for a girl. Kenneka wasn't tall, peoples. And I've been telling the people that forever and a day. But now, peoples, I got proof to show you that Kenneka Jenkins wasn't that tall, peoples. You see the video. The proof is in the pudding, right? The proof needs no help. It stands on its own, peoples. Did you see what I'm saying? Okay, so now peoples, let's go back. Let's go back to the let's go back here. All right, so we got it right there. So let's mark that right there so I can go back to it. So we're going to put a marker right there. Now, let's blurt this out and let's go here. Bingo. Bingo to the bingo peoples. There is Kenneka Jenkins right there. Kenneka Jenkins, the one that is standing in the bathroom with Monifa. And so let's play this video, peoples. Let's play this video. I want you guys to notice something. And let's speed it up just a little bit. We're going to speed it up to about a quarter. Now notice, people, notice how she's chewing her gum. And notice the little space in the bottom of her teeth. Notice Kenneka's mannerisms. And then did you see the hand? Did you see the hand, peoples? Now look at Kenneka's body. So let's back that up a little bit. Let's back that up. See right there? Bingo. Look at Kenneka's body. Kenneka wasn't fat. Kenneka was very form. You see that, right? Look at her body. She's got on Daisy Dukes. See that? She's got on Daisy Dukes. We can't see her waistline, because this is kind of like a blurry type of video. But we have enough to show that she is not big. She's not big bone. She's not fat. She has a body, and she's slender. See that, peoples? Okay, let's play the video. And then there's another thing I want you guys to see. I'm gonna rewind this back a little bit. I want you guys to see this other thing right here. This is what they do. I want you guys to look at her fingertip, because they have all four fingers on the same fingernail polish, and then one finger with a different color. And then I want you guys to notice one more thing when I fast forward this just a little bit. Bingo right here. You see that? See, peach, peach, peach. And then one is a green. And then look on her finger, people. She has what? She has a ring on her finger. And not only does she has a ring on her finger, but look, she has on the black watch, because you can see the little black right here on the ring finger. So when the people say that, oh, well, Kenneka never wore a ring, people, there's the ring right there. That is the ring that her friend has given her, the one who had died in the boat accident. Oh, you guys remember her, right? You guys remember who I'm talking about, right? Well, we'll see, that is the friendship ring right there that her friend had given her, peoples. There's the ring right there. and the ring is on the finger, and then there you can see the silhouette of a black watch. All right, so let's go ahead and forward this a little bit, and then boom, there you see the black right there. See that? Okay, let's take a look at this, peoples. Now, look at Kanika's body, peoples. Look how slender and well formed Kanika is, peoples. You see that? Look at her body. Look at the silhouette of her body. You can clearly see how formed she is. Solid, not fat. Now look, and then there is the watch on her what? On her left arm because she's facing away from the camera. And the watch is on her left arm because there you see the little band that sticks out, peoples. Now look at Kanika's body. See that? Look at her body. So when people say that Kanika was really tall and fat and very heavy and big bone and stuff, you're lying. You're lying. Because look at Kanika's body, peoples. You can clearly see it right there. That is Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. That's Kenneka Jenkins. All right, so let's look a little further. And look how she walks. Look how she sways, people. Look how she stands. And that's how she dances. And there's the watch right there because there you see the band. Let's back it up just a frame. There's the band. There's the watch. There it is right there, peoples. So Kenneka never wore the watch on her right arm. Kenneka always wore the watch on her left arm because Kenneka was lefty. She was a left-handed person. That was her dominant hand. Do you see what I'm saying, peoples? There it is right there. There's the watch. Okay. You see that, right? There is the watch on her left hand, peoples, on the left arm. All right, let's play the video. See the little space in her teeth right here? The recess in her teeth? Right there, peoples. There it is right there. That's Kenneka Jenkins right there. You see that, right? There it is right there. It's in your face. And you can see the recess because when I back it up just a little bit, you can see the teeth. See, well, let me back it up a little bit more. Okay, right there. See the spacing right there? You see the teeth, but you see the spacing right there? You can see the tongue right behind. See that? You can see the teeth up here. You can see the teeth on the side. See that little space right there? So pronounce, peoples. There it is right there. It's in your face. Kenneka had a recess in her teeth. Kenneka Jenkins did. Okay. Okay. Y'all see that, right? You see Kenneka's mannerisms, and then bingo. Look at that. Let's rewind that back just a hair. Bingo, right there. Again, color, 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 and then that finger right there is a different color. That is the way that Irene had it when she was in Zach's live and he was interviewing her. And remember the color that Irene had on her finger, right? With a different color on one finger. But and see, look at Kenneka. She's doing the same thing with a different color on one finger. And then look, Kenneka has on that ring. You see that, right? Kenneka always wore the ring. You see that, right? So then my question is, where was the ring while she was lying in state in the freezer? Because the ring certainly wasn't on the finger. Do you understand what I'm saying? It was on the finger when they had showed her in TY's live sitting down on the chair. You clearly seen it. You clearly seen the ring on the finger when she was standing up inside TY's live in the room, right at the door. You saw that, right? So if Kenneka is all the time wearing the ring on the finger, well, why wasn't she having the ring on her finger? See, these are the questions that I ask the people. But then, they can't explain it. Well, why can't you explain it? She's all the time wearing the ring. Why would she take off her ring at the party? Why would she give someone her cell phone at the party? Why would she give someone her keys at the party? Why? Why? I want someone in this live to answer the question why. Why would Kenneka Jenkins give up her keys, her cell phone, and her ring? Why would she do that, peoples? Doesn't make no sense, right? She didn't have it in the freezer. But you can see in the video, she has it on. Hello, Tony G. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Tony G had said, kiddo. All right. Tony G had says, where is change? What are the necklace she was, all her stuff was wearing? Did we ever see Kenneka with a necklace at the Crown Plaza in the video or in any picture? Certainly, I didn't see a necklace. I didn't even see a necklace of the girl getting off the elevator. I didn't see a necklace of the girl supposedly walking the halls of that establishment. I didn't see no necklace. Do you understand what I'm saying? I didn't see no necklace, but the thing is, one thing I did see was I saw a ring. Tony G had said a girl doesn't take off ring when was the stolen off of her. Well, that's the question that I was asking. Where was the ring? Because certainly the girl in the freezer ain't wearing a ring. And the person that walked into the establishment had a ring on. The person inside of the room had a ring on. But the person in the freezer didn't have a ring. So, what was the ring? Where was the ring? That's the question. All right. All right, people. So let's look at this video. Let's take a look at this. So we right here. And as you can see, Kenneka is slender. She's not fat. She's not big like the girl who was walking the halls of that establishment. Now, right here, you saw Kenneka's watch. Right there. There it is. It's on her arm. It's on her arm, peoples. See? There it is right there, because you can see the glow of the watch right there. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. I said bingo to the bingo peoples. All right. So we dispelled the myth that Kenneka was an Amazon. Okay. We dispelled the myth that Kenneka was towering over all of the girls, because the person that walked into the establishment was a lot taller, a lot thicker, and a lot broad shoulders than the other girls. So we've already shown you that Kenneka was not that tall, and that Kenneka was not that thick as the people proclaim. Y'all seen what I've shown, right? All right, so let me go and let me share the screen, and let's go ahead and let's look at the other video, people. Okay. So we already concluded that that was Kenneka Jenkins in the bathroom with Monifa. All right. We already concluded that. Okay. Now let's take a look at this here, peoples. Let's take a look at this picture. Let me blow this picture up a little bit. Okay, is it? Yeah. All right, cool. Now look at all of these girls. Look at all of these girls. There's Monifa. There's Shemaya. There's Kenneka. And then there is some other girl. Now, don't that picture looks familiar, peoples? Haven't you seen this picture before right here of this person right here in this photo? Y'all remember that? Remember, she was the one who played Kenneka as well. Yeah, y'all see that, right? This girl right here. Girl Guy. You know, the trainee. Yes, y'all see that, right? And see how close in height. See how close in weight. And see how she does her stance just like Kenneka, with straight leg and then one kind of bent. And then look at Monifa. And then look at Shemaya. Y'all see that, right? And see, in this picture, Monifa is standing up on the curve, but they're almost at the same height. So the curve ain't nothing but just a couple of inches. But remember what I said. I said Kenneka was just a little taller than Monifa. So that little extra inches is equalized them. But Kenneka wasn't that much taller than Monifa, not that much taller. And just a couple of inches. You see that? And see, instead of being girly girly and stuff, these girls look hard. They look real hard. They look like ghetto girls. you know. All right, people. So let's go ahead and let's look at the other pictures. Let's go back. Now they say that this was well, let me just read what it says right here. Fatal Barbie is the Kenneka Jenkins story a fraud. According to the mother of Antonia Evans, she's speaking out and claiming that Teresa Martin scammed the world into believing the Chicago hotel incident was her daughter, Kenneka. She says the body buried was not Kenneka. The body photographed in the walk-in freezer wasn't Kenneka. The girl on the hotel footage wasn't Kenneka. Kenneka was actually cremated back on March the 6th. And here's where people say the plot slipped up. The crematory, the cemetery that was connected supposedly gave information on Kenneka's burial site, but the picture tied to the plot as of Christmas Day is allegedly Antonia Evans and not Kenneka. Her 65-year-old mother has now spoken out at her own risk, and the video was just posted on YouTube. When you look back, some say this is why Teresa Martin's emotions and reactions never matched the situation. These are the claims being made, and people want answers. We need answers. The official story says Kenneka Jenkins died of hypothermia, but no video has ever shown her entering that freezer. The body found was declared hers, but many people believe that might not be true. Some claim the person buried is someone else. Her official funeral pics, the walk-in freezer footage, and the burial has never been independently verified. It's strange that the hotel kitchen was unused. Hypothesis level. Cold freezer temperature was still on, and yet a 19-year-old ends up dead inside. We demand release of all surveillance video footage from that night. Independent DNA confirmation that the body buried was really Kenneka. Full transparency from hospital, police, and hotel records. This wasn't just some tragic accident. Until those questions are answered, we cannot accept the official story. So people, to the degree, I have to agree with Fatal Barbie to a certain degree. Now, what I disagree upon is the simple fact that she don't believe that the young lady in the freezer is Kenneka. Well, from all of my examinations and research and everything, that proved to be the real Kenneka, or the person who we have always called Kenneka. Now, as far as the person in the freezer, I mean the person on the in the casket, it's kind of hard to say, peoples. I mean, it kind of favors this girl right here that's depicted in the picture, kind of favors her because she has somewhat high cheekbones and she has somewhat high cheekbones. You know, the nose is long and big at the ridge. Nose is long and big at the ridge. And then the hair, the way that she wears her hair. Kenneka never wore her hair that way. But in this picture, it is that way, you know. And then the tone and color sort of kind of matches that. Kenneka never wore eyeliner, you know, over her eyes and stuff, which this girl did. I mean, you know, I'm not saying that this is Antonia Evans in the casket, but I mean, you know, it's almost like a close resemblance. This doesn't look like Kenneka, you know, doesn't look like Kenneka. And then my question is, TM knew how Kenneka wore her hair. So why would TM change Kenneka's total hairstyle? Put kind of like a bob type of wig or whatever, or formulate her hair in that type of style. See, that's what gives the red flag right there, you know, because that doesn't make no sense. Kenneka all the time wore her hair flat iron straight and parted down in the center. But in this picture, the hair is kind of like a bob style, and it's a part to the side and it's slanted over the forehead. This is the way that this young lady wore her hair, and that is the way that we see it in the casket picture. Now, that gives you red flags right there, peoples, because again, you got to ask yourself the question: why would TM go ahead and no, wait. Before I go there, let me show you this, people. Before I go there, let me show you this. Let me show you this. So we're going to get out of there. We're going to go here. We're going to go here. And we're going to take a look at this picture right here. This picture right here is going to say it all. That is Kenneka, peoples. But see, Kenneka had the part on the opposite side. You see that, right? Oh, you can't see it because I'm not sharing my screen. Okay, let me share my screen. Let me share my screen, people. Let me stop sharing this and let me share my screen this way. See, this right here will debunk all of the people and all of the madness that they have been speaking forever and a day. Because if you can't do what I'm doing, well, then you ain't got no reason talking about this case. This is Kenneka. And as you can see, the part is on the opposite side. And then as you can see, her forehead is showing. And the hair is going close by the side of her face, but the forehead is showing, and it's not a big, deep gouge of a part. Do you see? It's just the hair is combed from one side to the other side, and it's not a part that it just skims down to the scalp, as you can see, peoples. It's just that the hair is just parted, but not all the way down to the scalp, as you can see. And that is Kenneka Jenkins right there, peoples. You see that, right? Far cry from what we just saw. Let's look at the other picture that what we just saw, peoples. Let's look at that picture. Okay, there it is right there. See that? That's down to the scalp. And then the hair is so big and it covers the forehead. Kenneka never wore her hair like that, peoples. And then even in the casket picture. So let me go ahead and crop this and then let's do the comparison, peoples. See? See, let's just do the comparison, peoples. You know, let's just stop sitting here and assuming and all of this stuff and let's just get the pictures and do the comparison. So let me go ahead and save that. And I'm going to save this as okay. I'm going to save it in my download. All right. So now let's go back to this picture and let's call up my download. And let's call up that picture. And then let's compare the two or three. Now, you be the judge, peoples. Look at the little curvature in the lip and look at the little dip in the lip. Almost the same like Kenneka. But look at Kenneka's nose. Kenneka's nose doesn't spread out like hers. Do you see what I'm saying? See? See what I'm saying? See Kenneka here. Let me go get another picture of Kenneka so we can take a look at this. Let's get another picture of Kenneka. I'm going to call that one up too. Okay. All right, people. So here is Kenneka. Here's the girl who they say is Kenneka. And then here is Kenneka. Now I want you to notice something about the dip in the lip. Hers is a little bit more pronounced dip in the lip, right? Hers is not. This is a little bit more curvature dip in the lip. This is not. This goes down and up. This just goes down just a little bit and almost straight across. Look at the nostrils. Her nose is long and pointed. Hers is short and stubby, as you can see. As you can see. Short and stubby with the little point on the tip, with the little point on the tip. As you can see. Look at the nose, peoples. Look at the nose. Short and stubby with the little point on the tip. Look at the nostrils. Nostrils matches. Hers is nose is wider and longer on the nostril. And it sits at an angle. Her nostrils just go straight down and not really that wide. Hers is a little bit more deep because the ridge of her nose protrudes upwards. Hers doesn't. As you can see. Compare that to that. Let's bring that picture over. Look at the ridge of the nose. Look at the ridge of the nose. Look at the ridge of the nose. Look at the point. Look at the point. Look at the point. Look from the eyebrows to the bridge. Look from the eyebrows to the bridge. Straight down, sort of kind of flat, pointed. Same type of spacing right here on the ridge of the nose. Same type of spacing on the ridge of the nose. As you can see. Pointed, pointed. And then at the angle of the nose, as you can see the little kind of white space right there, pointed. Kind of white space right there, pointed. It's Kenneka. This is Kenneka, peoples. The eyebrows is a little different, but it's Kenneka. Kenneka did not wear makeup on her eyelids. See that right there, peoples. You can see where right here the let me go back. Where the bridge of her nose, right here, see that little space? See that little space right there? See that little space right there? See the little indentation right here? See the little indentation right here? Eyes open, eyes closed. Look at the forehead. Look at the forehead. So when people say that wasn't Kenneka in the freezer or that wasn't Kenneka on the gurney, peoples, this is Kenneka, just in a different state of lying in state. Do you understand what I'm saying? It is Kenneka, just in a different state, lying in state. Okay? That is Kenneka, all the way, clear as daylight. No questions behind it. Look at this girl. Look at the bridge of her lips. It's a little deep. And then look at her lips compared to her lips. She has a little whatever right here and stuff. She doesn't. Look at her lips. She doesn't. Look at her lips. She doesn't. Look at the lips, peoples. Look at the nose and then look at the eyes right here. She has that little kind of extra bag under her eyes, but she has kind of like this little thing on both eyes right here and on the side over here. She doesn't. She doesn't. See that? Look at the part, how the part is really down to the scalp. She doesn't have a part down to her scalp. And even by her hair wearing like that, she doesn't have a part down to her scalp. She doesn't wear her hair like that. And she doesn't wear her hair over covering her forehead or almost covering her face, as you can see. As you can see in either one of these pictures. She doesn't have her forehead covered like this girl does right here. Clear as daylight. See that? So for TM to transform the supposed Kenneka into like this with a part deep all the way down to the scalp and her hair over her forehead and her eyes, that ain't the way that Kenneka wore her hair. And that's a wig or someone's natural hair, because it certainly wasn't Kenneka's, as you can see. As you can see. As you can see. Kenneka never wore her hair with her hair covering almost over her eyes and her forehead. You'll never see a picture of Kenneka wearing her hair all in a manner to which it is deeply parted like that. Which tells me, peoples, unequivocally and undeniably, the person in the casket wasn't Kenneka, because this person's nose is flat. It is big and it's flat. Kenneka's nose is short and thin. This person has thick eyebrows. Hers wasn't really all that thick. In this picture, it looks like they done arched her eyebrows. Kenneka never wore her makeup like this. That's some of TM's doing. TM wears her makeup like that. She puts all of that makeup all over her eyelids. Kenneka never did that. Not from any picture that I've ever seen of Kenneka has she ever wore her makeup like that. TM does, but not Kenneka. That's a TM job for whatever girl that is lying in that casket. This is TM job right here. TM did this. And that face is all smashed in. Look at those lips. It doesn't even. And those eyelashes, those are thick. So it's funny to me, peoples. Out of all of the pictures of Kenneka Jenkins' um, funeral, this is the only picture that you will ever see her lying in state in a casket. This is the only picture that you will ever see of Kenneka lying on a gurney at the funeral home, I supposed funeral home. Help me to make that make sense, peoples. One picture in a casket, one picture supposedly at the funeral home on a gurney. Who does that? Peoples, I have been videotaping funerals for over 20 years. And I have never, ever seen anyone just take one picture of their loved one in a casket and just one picture of their loved one at a supposed funeral home. They don't do that, peoples. And I don't care how sorrowful, how upset you are, how downright disgusted or pitiful, angry, confused, saddened, whatever the case may be with you and stuff, however you're feeling and things. I ain't never in my life have ever seen anything like this, peoples. For a case such as this, and you've only got one picture at the funeral home and one picture at the supposed funeral. Help me to make that make sense, people. It doesn't make no sense. And I don't care how you slice it. I don't care how you dice it. I don't care what you think. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you feel. I have never, ever seen such peoples. And I videotaped over thousands of funerals in my lifetime and traveled all over the United States. And I ain't never known of nobody at any funeral just to take one picture. That's suspect. That is very suspect. So let's go back to what the young lady had said. She said, she said, according to the mother of Antonia Evans, she's speaking out and claiming that Teresa Martin scammed the world into believing the Chicago hotel incident was her daughter, Kenneka. She says the body buried was not Kenneka. Well, we got confirmation of that because remember, at the burial site, TM opened her mouth and was talking to one of the little kids and was telling her that wasn't Kenneka that is being buried. And it got caught on film. We heard TM say that from her own lips. She said that wasn't Kenneka. So we got confirmation that she said it wasn't Kenneka. And then the young lady says that the body photographed in the walk-in freezer wasn't Kenneka, but I have to disagree with that, peoples, because I did my own analysis and I compared known pictures of the person who we call Kenneka, and clearly there were matches to a living, breathing person at one point. So I don't know whether this girl is just going by what the people say. I don't go by what the people say. I do my analysis. I've shown you on live my analysis. You can agree with it or you don't have to agree with it. That's fine. I've never asked you to agree with me. I'm just showing you my findings. And according to my findings, I deemed the person in the freezer to be Kenneka Jenkins. Now, you may think different, and it really doesn't matter whether you think different or not. Prove your stance. That's it. You ain't got to argue with me. Just do what I do and prove your stance. That's it. That keeps all confusion. Prove to the people that you are right in your assessment. But if you can't, you ain't got no argument with me, because I'm taking my time and showing you what my findings is. Now, if you come up with a different conclusion, explain yourself. Explain yourself. That's all you have to do. You ain't got to argue with me. You ain't got to call me nuts and crazy and I'm stupid and this and that and the other. I'm just saying, show yourself approved. That's it. The truth needs no help. It stands on its own, peoples. The truth stands on its own. Is that all right, peoples? So if you disagree with what I am showing you, that's fine. You can disagree. But even in your disagreement, my point is show your proof to your truth. And explain to the people. Now, it was at one point I didn't believe that was Kenneka in the freezer. But then upon closer examination, I had to come up to the conclusion that was Kenneka. And we've seen Kenneka in so many different pictures, so many different poses, so many different hairstyles, so many different attire, you know. But the one thing that stands clear with Kenneka that never changes is those lips, is the nose, is the tattoos on her body, is her forehead, is her oval face, and the recess in her teeth. That never changes. So hair can change, eyelashes can change, eyeliner can change, eyebrows can change, fingernails can change, you know, your weight can change, all of that. But there's certain features upon a person that never changes. It never changes. It's a part of you. And the thing is, peoples, see, this is where the people get confused, because see, all this time in the Kenneka Jenkins case, they've been inundating you with baby pictures or earlier pictures of Kenneka. They never showed you Kenneka as what she looked like as an young adult. The only pictures that you see Kenneka as a young adult is the pictures in the freezer. That's it. And TM purposely did that to garner sympathy. See, if the real lifestyle of the Kenneka Jenkins ever got out there, then people wouldn't have been so sympathetic, because Kenneka was a ghetto girl. Yeah, she was goofy, but she was a ghetto girl. She was kind-hearted, she was sweet, she was so lovable, but yet she was a ghetto girl. And a lot of you people wouldn't have approved of her lifestyle because she was a ghetto girl. Kenneka wasn't always sweet. She didn't always have a smile on her face. Did you ever see Kenneka when she was angry? Did you see Kenneka in the car with King Rob and Monifa and Shemaiah? And when King Rob was going to pick up other girls and stuff, and you seen the look up on Kenneka's face, she got pissed off at King Rob. Oh, y'all seen that video, right? Yeah, she was in the car with King Rob. What was an older guy doing with these little young bucks? What was he doing with them in his car? Come on now, peoples. Y'all be thinking that these girls was just so innocent. And that's what they want to try to portray Kenneka as being innocent. She ain't never did no wrong. Kenneka was about to have a baby out of wedlock. She was about to have Rico's baby. So that means that she was having sex at an early age and got pregnant. So is that right? I mean, there's a lot of things that I can talk about about Kenneka and just really point out based upon the videos that we've seen that is not a conducive and healthy lifestyle. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? I mean, if we was to compare Kenneka to a saint, well, she wasn't no saint. She definitely was a sinner. You know? But I'm not here to try to be judgmental of Kenneka's lifestyle because none of us are perfect. But what I am saying is that the narrative of Kenneka, they tried to portray her as being this little angel that never did no wrong. But that's not so because all of them were bad girls. They were ghetto girls. They was ghetto fabulous. But see, one thing about Kenneka that we can't say is that she didn't let her slip dip. Do you understand what I'm saying? She wasn't promiscuous. As her sister said, she didn't have multiple boyfriends. Y'all hold on for a second. All right, and so people, they tried to portray Kenneka as being Miss Innocent, but Kenneka wasn't innocent. But she certainly wasn't really guilty either. Kenneka was just Kenneka. Kenneka lived her life the way that she wanted to live it. And if people didn't like it, oh effing well. She lived her life the way that she chose to live her life. And if you didn't like that, oh effing well. I'm not here to persecute Kenneka. I'm just here to say that Kenneka slip didn't dip. She wasn't promiscuous. You heard what her sister said. Kenneka wasn't one that had multiple boyfriends. She was dedicated. She was true to whoever she was seeing. You see what I'm saying? And even if she wasn't, she didn't let the world know. Because you ain't never heard of her friends say that Kenneka was a freak. You ain't never heard her friends say Kenneka was a hoe. You ain't never heard her friends say any of that. Not now and not then. So however Kenneka did what she did, she kept it under wraps. She was cool like that. See, she wasn't one that let everybody touch her kitten or get into her mitten, like some of you ladies. Some of you are hoes. Some of you are freaks. Some of you are downright disgusting. But let's not let the world know how freaky deaky you are or still is. Or was, for that matter. See, if we was to go and take a look in your book and see the kind of stuff that you did at an early age, oh man, you'll be embarrassed. You probably been down on bended knees Doo-doo-doom-doom. And had somebody Vahina sausage in your mouth or in your cookie, but being a rookie. Do you see what I'm saying? See, many of you all the time want to pass judgment upon everybody else, but take a retrospective look at yourself and see how you were back in the day when you were young. Y'all can relate to the song. She's a freak. House. She's mighty mighty. She's letting it all hang out. But see, Kenneka never let her skirt down in the public. So whatever she did it under wraps. Do you understand what I'm saying? And you heard because you heard on video. She said, "Let me be a thought in peace." She didn't say a freak. A thought is a freak. A thought is a kinky queen. Let me be a thought in peace. In peace. Meaning whatever I do is my business. And I don't need you snooping around in my business. If I'm going to be a thought, I'm going to be a thought in peace. I don't need my business spread it all around and stuff. Whatever I'm going to do it in peace. So she was pleading with the people. Let me be a thought in peace. Don't worry about what I do. Don't worry about who I'm hanging around. What I'm saying. You understand what I'm saying, peoples? If she's going to be a thought, let her be a thought in peace. In peace. Meaning she don't need no noise around the various things that she's doing. Let her be in peace. And then y'all remember in the video, the one girl said that his Twinkie is small. His Twinkie is little. So you tend to wonder at that type of age, what are they accepting? Are they accepting cucumbers? Bananas? Are they accepting Vahina sausages? You got to wonder, peoples. I mean, were they deep throat? You got to wonder. But see, with their language, they didn't express the language how some of us have expressed in our days growing up. Because see, our language is different from the way that they expressing it. They say thought. We call them freaks. We call them hoes. We call them bitch. We call them wretched. We call them hot mamas. They say thoughts. That's that white term language. And then they say his Vahina sausage is small. So you can tell that they ain't hanging around and messing with no black guys. Because by nature, black guys are well endowed by nature. I mean, it's always been foretold that we come from the Mandingo warrior, and most black guys, they say, are well endowed. I don't know how true that is. I don't go around looking at men's Twinkies. But from the reports of ladies and listening to conversations that they have, they say that black men are well endowed. That's why the white woman love a black man. And that's why they all the time, go outside their races. But see, black women loves white men because white men, they can control. They can't control a Mandingo warrior, but they can control a skunk, a stinky dinky. And white women love black men because they're well endowed and they love to be dominated over. They love to get their hair pulled and be slapped around and things like that and stuff. You see what I'm saying? So the black women are dominant over the white men, and the black men are dominant over the white women. And so that's what it is. But see, black women are not freaky, kinky like a white woman is. Black women are reserved. White women, they just do whatever. You see what I'm saying? So that's the big difference here in things, and that's just been the test of time, people. So that's just how it always been. Now, you as an individual black woman or a white woman may think differently, but that's okay. You can think however you want. You can be whatever you want. And if I'm talking about you, well, then I'm coming down your lane. And if you chiming out, well, I'm talking directly to you. But it's just my experience, and it's from what I hear from the brothers, and it's what I hear from the sisters. You know, I'm not in everybody's bedroom, but people talk to me, and I talk to people, and that's the consensus that I have gained over the years. Is that all right, peoples? And you can see that all throughout society and stuff. You can see that in the movies. You can see that in poetry. You can see that all everywhere. I mean, it's displayed, peoples. And and to be honest with you, some of you women, you'll never catch a man because if you look up on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, Reddit, and Rumble, you see a lot of these insecure ladies all the time flashing their bodies and stuff. Well, if that's all that you have to offer, well, you've already displayed that to the world. But no reputable guy is ever going to come and try to take your hand and try to marry you because you've already displayed more than enough to everybody. So what the only thing that they would want to do is just come and lay you down, take your cookie, and then leave you in crumbles. They would just want to smash you and leave you. And that's all you're going to end up is just being smashed all the time. And you thinking that you all of that in a cup of tea, but you ain't it. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? So, you know, pull it up, tighten it up, and straighten it up. Yeah, hold on for a moment. Okay, people, I just got a message and I was just responding to that message. But anyway, people, you know, it's I'm not here to try to browbeat anyone. I'm not here trying to put down anyone. I'm here to talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case. And I'm here to try to get a sense as to what happened to her. And that's all I'm doing. And so, okay. All right. So then let me do this, people. Let me do this. I got a text message from someone, and I'm only going to show this part of um, what they had said. So I'm going to take a screenshot of this and I'm gonna post it. Take a screenshot of this and then I'm gonna post it. And so um, let me do it that way. Okay. Then that way I ain't gotta go and show all of everything and whatnot. All right. So this was given to me, peoples, and she wanted me to share this with you all. And she wanted me to ask if you can, if you can, do so. But if you can't, don't be judgmental and things. Is that all right, peoples? Okay. So let me share this real quick, and then we're going to go ahead and proceed. So let me share my screen. Okay, so I'm going to share this, and let me see if I can zoom in. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Control plus. Okay, control plus. All right, people. This is one of my friends up on Facebook. And as you can see, it says, "Hello, Edward. I'm in your group. I just got out the hospital, kidney failure and heart failure. I'm home with no food to eat. Is there any way you can cash at me? I can pay you back on the first when my money hits the bank. If you can help, please." Well, peoples, I don't have Cash App no more. For whatever reason, someone had my Cash App and they did some bad things and stuff, and so now they had taken my Cash App, so I don't have Cash App. But I'm going to ask her to leave her Cash App, and I'm going to text it in the chat room. If you can, and if you have a heart, and if you're not so judgmental, cash up her a little something to help her out in her situation. If not, that's understandable too, because at the end of the day, everybody doesn't have it, and we are all are in a situation. Okay, so now this is not for me. I don't need you to cash out me, and you still can't cash out me because I don't have cash app. So that's why I'm not even posting my cash app up on the live anymore and stuff. But I'm gonna ask her to send her Cash App, and you can, if you have Cash App, send it directly to her. Is that all right, peoples? All right. I'm just only doing what was asked of me to do. If you can do it, that's fine. And if you can't do it, don't be judgmental in things. We all are in a situation, especially with all of these gas prices and things of that nature and stuff. But I do understand. All right, peoples. Okay. Y'all hold on for a moment. Someone responded and said that they can help her on next week. Okay, so I appreciate the time and effort and things of the people who had responded, who are in a position to help and things. Thank you so much. God is going to bless you a hundredfold for your dedication and for your concern. All right, people. So again, okay, hold on. Let me. I'm a poster cash out. Okay, people. So this is her cash out. Um, dollar sign Keisha Kisha Denise Denise 47. If you can do it, that'd be a blessing. You ain't got to tell me. You ain't got to tell nobody. Just do it if you can do it, and if you can't do it, that's fine too. The Lord knows your heart. Okay, people. So let's get back into this. And so as I was saying, peoples, as I was saying, we've seen many different phases of the girl who they call Kanika. And as you can see, peoples, you know, and certainly the pictures and everything, it doesn't lie. And as I was looking, I wanted to go and find the pictures of TM and the way that she was looking, because TM was one that wore all of that type of makeup all over her eyelids, and Kanika never did. And so that was the Teresa Martin thing, a TM thing. She did that and trying to camouflage this person as being Kanika. Okay. So I don't know if I have it on here. If I don't have it on here, I know I have it on my Facebook page. But anyway, let me see if this is one right here. Okay, no, it's not one. Okay. So now looking at this picture here, peoples, this was a younger version of Kanika. And as a younger version of Kanika, peoples, we've seen that Kanika, the real Kanika, all the time had a line within her neck. It was a line right here, and it was a line right here. And then in some of the pictures, Kanika would have a little mole by her lip. Now, people say that that was the piercing that she wore, because she wore a piercing on her face and by her lip. Now, I can't say whether or not that, that has always been there in things, but at times it appears in some pictures and at times that it doesn't. Okay. But the one distinguished thing about Kanika that we know is look at her lips. She has a little dip in her lip and she has little booty lips. And she all the time wear the gloss up on her lips. That's the way this is a younger version of Kanika. And again, there's the part in the center of her head, and then there's her hair lying down on the side of her face and in the front of her shoulders. That's how Kanika wore her hair. Okay. She didn't wear her hair like how that girl lying in the casket wore her hair. Okay, that was the TM thing. All right. Okay, so now let's get back let's get back to this, people. Let's get back to that video and let's look at some more videos of Kenneka. So let me share my screen a different way. And we're going to get back into this. And thank God for this person who had chronicled all of this good, wholesome information. Because without that, we would never had all of this stuff. So let's go back and let's explore some of this stuff. I think I went back way too far. So dang. Did I lose it? No. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Now, let's look at some things here, peoples. Let's look at some things here. Now, this is supposed to be a younger version of Kenneka right here. This is supposed to be a younger version of Kenneka. Okay. So you be the judge, people. You be the judge to let me know if you believe that this looks like Kenneka. Let me go back. Okay, man, I'm messing up. Let's go back to that. All right. So you be the judge to let me know if you believe that this is really Kenneka Jenkins. Now, if you want my opinion, that don't look like Kenneka. It don't even remotely look like Kenneka. Now, in my opinion, to me. Now, I'm not judging. I'm not saying. I mean, if you believe that looks like Kenneka, well, then you believe that looks like Kenneka. But to me, this doesn't look like Kenneka. And it don't even look like a younger version of Kenneka. To me, it doesn't. Okay. Because the one thing that I'm questioning is, where's the watch? Kenneka all the time wore a watch. But I don't see no watch on this girl. I don't see no ring on the finger of this girl. And the way that she's standing and things is not the stance that of the Kenneka I knew or came accustomed to know by looking at all these pictures and videos. And then too, she doesn't really have a oval shape. She almost has kind of like a oval square shaped head, because look how that part is, and look how the way that her hair is and sits on her head. Now let's compare this to one known picture of Kenneka. Okay, come on now. Did I mess up? Okay, there it is right there. All right. So let's look at that. And let me see. So I'm going to have to do it like that. And then I'm going to have to go down here and look at a picture like this. Now, let's look at that and let's look at that. Now, you tell me, does that look like Kenneka? Because this is Kenneka right here, and this is the girl who is proclaiming to be Kenneka. Tell me, do you see any resemblance whatsoever? Now, look at Kenneka. Look how oval and natural her hair is. and look at this girl's head. It's kind of like a almost squarish type of head, and it kind of almost a squarish like forehead. Look at Kenneka. Kenneka's head is kind of oval and somewhat round. This is kind of almost flat and squarish. So, in my humble opinion, Edward Joseph, on your humble opinion, that is not Kenneka Jenkins at all, peoples. Not Kenneka Jenkins, and they have down, I am Kenneka. Well, that certainly doesn't look like Kenneka to me. You see what I'm saying, peoples? Don't look like Kenneka to me. And then, it just doesn't. So, I mean, that I'll leave it there. So if you feel that that's Kenneka, okay, well, that's Kenneka to you. But to me, that's not Kenneka. Gina, to you, had said she looks similar, but not the same. I agree. She looks similar, but not the same. And everybody wanted to mimic Kenneka. You see what I'm saying? So see, when you start to get into this, peoples, and you start to make these comparisons and stuff, but then you got to ask yourself the question. So here, am I not showing that? Okay, so here, I'm sorry. You guys didn't even see what I was showing. So let me stop this and let me share my screen this way so you can see what I'm showing. I got to remember to show my full screen so when I'm doing this. Okay, so we're going to go back. We're going to go back to that picture, and we're going to compare this picture right here. Now, you guys can be able to see it. Both pictures. Okay, now, by looking at the pictures, peoples, you tell me if this girl that is illustrated in this looks like the real Kenneka that is in the right-hand corner of the screen. You tell me, do they even remotely look alike? Y'all tell me what you think. Well, I agree with Gina. They favor, but it's not an exact match. They favor. And see, this is what it has always been throughout, because you have a lot of people who favor Kenneka, but it's not really Kenneka. Do you see what I'm saying? Everybody wants to be Kenneka. Everybody wants to emulate Kenneka and things. And you see how they do. They try to put the name and just have a stamp of a name and proclaiming to be Kenneka, but they're not Kenneka. And this is where a lot of people get confused, because a lot of people just kind of look at these people who favor her and say, oh yeah, that was Kenneka. Well, I saw this picture and she didn't look like that. And I saw this picture and she didn't look like that. And I saw this picture and stuff. Yeah, you saw a lot of pictures. But a lot of pictures that you've seen doesn't necessarily mean that that's Kenneka, just because they have a name plate that says, I am Kenneka. Well, when you study Kenneka's pictures, you beginning to understand her facial features. You beginning to understand her personality. You beginning to understand her character if you really studied her. But just, looking at a few pictures and stuff and thinking that now you're an expert. I'm never saying that I'm an expert, but I have saw a lot of pictures and videos of Kenneka enough to know and distinguish her from many other people who proclaim to be her. Okay, people, like I said, You be the judge. You be the judge. All right. So let's go back here and let's bring this down. Okay. So now let's go ahead and look at more here. We can come back to that video. And see, this is what I was saying about when I said that she had that little thing alongside her lip. There's the little piercing that she would wear at times. You see? And then look how she does. She all the time formulates her lips, perking her lips and things. Okay. And then we see another picture of her in her science class and stuff. Now, this is what really is interesting peoples because now when you look at this particular girl of the name of Kenneka, she looks very, very different. I mean, she almost favors the girl who we come to know as Kenneka, but this girl, and I want you to notice something, peoples. I want you guys to notice something. Okay, let me take a screenshot of this because I want you guys to notice something. And this is what be getting me because I'm kind of like, man, wait a minute. Now, how many twins do she have? How many twins do she have? Because see, or did she just evolve? Because let's look at this. I'm gonna say this as I am Kenneka. So we're gonna take a look at this because this is what kills me at times. Now let's look at her. Now we well they say that this is Kenneka, but this is a younger Kenneka, and there's Kenneka, and there is Shemaya, and they are in their science class or some type of class because you can see there's the drill. They have a drill. There is Shemaya. She's sitting there, and they're have their little school outfit and stuff. But notice Kenneka. She has the braid around her head, and she has sideburns, slight. and she has thicker eyebrows, and she has these fake eyelashes on her face. So when you compare this picture to this picture, you're looking at two different girls. You I mean, peoples. Now I know I know my eyes doesn't deceive me. Do you understand what I'm saying? My eyes doesn't deceive me. You know, it doesn't deceive me. This is two different girls. This I mean, you know, and this is where I even kind of get confused. But now, if this is the same girl, I understand that people, change and things. They evolve. When they're younger, they look some type of way, and then when they're older, they look some type of way and stuff. But let me get one. Let me get one more picture, people. So I want you guys to see this. I want you guys to really look at this and tell me what you think. Because see, this is what gets me right here. And even today I waver because I go back and forth. I go back and forth. So um I want you guys to look at this, and then I want you to tell me what you think, because this is just going to amaze you. When I found this out, I was just really amazed. I'm like, well, I'll be damned, you know. I'll be down. Okay. So that's all I'm gonna say. I'll be down. So I want you guys to look at this, and then I want you to tell me what you think. Um, Let me find this picture. I know I got it. This is just it just shocks me because I'm gonna show you some people. I'm gonna show you something, and I want you guys to tell me whether you believe it's Kenneka Jenkins or if it's Kenneka Martin. Because notice when they said, peoples, how the young lady was buried back in. Let me go back to that. God, I got to go back to that post. Remember when the young lady, when she was given her narrative, they said that the young lady Kenneka was buried back in March 9th, or something. Something. I'm gonna go back to it, but let me finish my train of thought first before I even go backtrack to that, because this is what's going to shed light with what we're talking about now, and then you guys let me know whether or not you believe these people are the same people. Okay, let's look at that right there. We're going to take a look at this picture. Nope, 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 not this picture. Not this picture. This picture. We're going to take a look at this picture, and then we're going to take a look at one more picture. I got that other picture. And then you guys tell me what you think, because still to this day I'm just kind of like, It just boggles my mind, you know? That's all I can say. It literally boggles my mind. And I'm trying to wrap my head around it because um where is it? Where is it? I had it. I got the picture. I just have to find it. Then when you guys see it, when you guys see it, you guys are going to be saying the same thing that I have been saying forever and a day. And I'm like, she was in kind of like a fur coat like thing right here. Here it is, right here. Okay. All right. Look at that picture. Let me bring these other pictures down. Let me bring that other picture up. All right, now my computer wants to act all funny and things. Now it doesn't want to show me all of oh, there it is. I didn't click on it. Okay, look at that picture. And where's that picture right there? Look at that picture. Okay, you guys tell me what you think. This is the way that she wore her hair. There's the sideburns right here. See that? There's the sideburns. Okay, so in this picture, she has the little thing by her lip. In this picture, she has a little thing by her lip, right in the same place. Okay. She has the little bags under the eyes. I know that changes at times, the older you get in things. Has little bags under her eyes. Okay. But she has sideburns. You see that, right? And she wore her hair kind of like in that braided like position right here. Okay. Now take a look at that picture and then take a look at this picture right here. It's the same braided, it's the same braided hair, same type of style, right? But notice the sideburns is pronounced in this picture. God, come on. Let me. But the sideburns is not really so pronounced in this picture. It's there, but it's not as pronounced. But it's still there. But see, in this picture, her eyebrows is a lot thicker, and she's wearing fake lipstick. I mean, fake, not fake lipstick, fake eyelashes. But in this picture, she's not wearing no eyelashes. But the but the eyebrows are a little bit more refined. Is like it's been done. But if you look at the lips, you know, she has more pinkish lips. She has more pinkish lips. But this is just a side view. But the only thing that we can really compare is pretty much the hair. And see how the hair is tucked back behind her ear, and see how the hair is tucked back behind her ear. And then the hair here has golden highlights, but the hair here is all jet black. You see what I'm saying? Here she has on fake eyelashes. Here she doesn't. Here she has very pronounced sideburns. Here she doesn't. I mean, it's slightly there, but it's not very pronounced. It's not really like dark like right here. But you see her with Monifa. I mean, with Shemaya. So my question is, peoples, you gotta help me to make this make sense because I mean, is this Kenneka? And if it's Kenneka, if it's Kenneka, well then, damn it, in this picture, she has the same lips, she has the same little mole right here, she has the same little thing under her backs under her eyes, backs under her eyes right here, but she has on the fake eyelashes. But then look, the eyebrows is different. This is a little bit more arched. This is a little bit more different, because it has kind of like this one is really different from this right here. They tried to make it the same, but if you look at that right here, that's a lot more thinner. This is a lot more thicker, so they messed her up on this one. But her face is a now it could be the positioning of the picture. Her face is a little bit more rounded on here. Hers is not really rounded like right here. But if you look at the lips, you can see kind of like the little kind of like brownish little thing right here and a little pinkish right there. But then if you look at the lips right here, she has a booty right here, bing bing, but she don't have a booty. You see what I'm saying? She has a booty. I mean, you can clearly see the booty lips right here because you can see the highlight right there, and a little indentation right there. But here, you don't see the booty. Now, that could be very well the way that, she has her lips and things. But, I mean, are these two girls the same? And if so, is she her? Are they the same? Because, again, one has highlights. And if you really look at the hair, it's kind of like a little something right there in the middle, but then there's nothing right here. Now, is it the same type of style? It's similar. It's not exactly the same because I mean, unless you just let your hair down, put the highlights in, and then formulate your hair. See, this is going around on the top. This doesn't go around on the top like that. This is jet black, and this has highlights. She has longer lashes than she doesn't. But on this picture, she has the mole right here, which she does too. But the only thing is, she has booty lips and she doesn't. You see what I'm saying, people? Look at this. Is this Kenneka? And if it's not Kenneka, well, goddamn, she looks just damn near like Kenneka. Now you got to ask the question: is this a wig that she's wearing, or is this her real hair? See, I look at the subtle differences here, peoples, and the subtle difference is in this picture, you can clearly see that there's a part right here in the center of her forehead, and when you look at this forehead, it's just like a natural look. There's no part. You look at that. Look at that very closely. I'm not trying to call up that picture. I'm trying to call up these pictures right here. I'm trying to call up that picture, and I'm trying to call up that picture. Okay, I'm gonna have to shrink that down some and then just get her. All right, so when you here, let me move this picture down. So when you compare these two pictures together, peoples, and you look at the forehead, see right here on the forehead, that's a natural look to me right here. That just looks natural. How the hair just skims lightly right here and stuff, and then you have the sideburn, very pronounced sideburn. Well, it's not really a very pronounced sideburn. It's kind of like a little tuft of hair right there, and you know doesn't really look like no sideburn. See what I'm saying? This is very distinguished. This is sideburn. You can clearly see the hair, and you can see the color. Everything is just, and it comes down. But then this doesn't come down naturally. This just abruptly stops right here. It's just a little something. But look at the hair. That looks natural, and that looks like it's a wig. It looks like it's something that you know. So y'all tell me, is this Kenneka or not? Is both of these girls Kenneka Jenkins? And if it is, how so? I mean, that has always disturbed me, peoples. I have always been disturbed by when I found these two pictures and stuff because, man. Okay, let me see what you guys are saying. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this so I don't lose it because this has always pondered my mind. Is this really Kenneka? Okay. Boy, I can't. All right, so let me see what you guys have to say. Okay, so Gina to you had said earlier, she said similar, but nope, the nose is different. And then she had said evolved or clones. And she said, but that name is Kenneka Martin on the message. And say, damn, I'm going to have to say it's KJ. And then said, well, you got me on this one. And then has said, are its clones too many dang Kennekas? And then she said, but the part doesn't mean anything. She could have had bad hair day. Okay. And said she could have shaved the sideburns. Okay. Okay. I can agree with that. All right. So according to the picture that you have seen, would you say that both of those girls that I've shown you, the pictures is Kenneka, and it's just that she just redid her hair, one with jet black, let down her hair, and then redid it again with streaks, goat streaks in her hair? So you're saying that both of those girls is Kenneka Jenkins? This one right here. So you're telling me that these two girls is the actual Kenneka Jenkins? Okay. Okay, so if this is actually Kenneka Jenkins, would like she said, she could have shaved her sideburns, and she said that the part really doesn't mean anything. And see, when I'm looking at this, people, is I've all the time look at all of these different features and whatnot. Okay, so then if this is the real Kenneka, that's the real Kenneka, then help me to make this make sense. All right. So let's look at this picture. Then if that's the real Kenneka, then who is this?
Got
Who is that? And who is this? So if this is really Kenneka and this is really Kenneka, who in God's name is these two people right here? Okay, so can anybody answer that question? Who is the girl right here? Is that Kenneka? And is this Kenneka? And did Kenneka evolve from looking like this to like this? You know, y'all tell me. Is that Kenneka? Do that even remotely look like Kenneka? This girl right here, this girl right here, the two center pictures. Okay, so I got one more for you. So if they are not Kenneka, then who is this? Is this Kenneka? So if this is Kenneka, this is Kenneka, and this is Kenneka, then who are these girls right here? Who are those girls? Because now you guys see you guys see the difference now between the Kennekas, and the ones who you guys call Kenneka Jenkins and Kenneka Martin peoples. They all resemble, right? They all resemble, but they all are not the same girl. They all resemble, but they all are not the same girl. So let me fill you in upon something that many people did not know. The real Kenneka Jenkins is the one right here, the one right here, and the one right here. Okay. That is the real Kenneka Jenkins peoples. Now, let me fill you in on how we got Kenneka Jenkins and Kenneka Martin mixed up. This is Kenneka Martin. These three pictures right here in the center. This is Kenneka Jenkins. These three pictures on the outer. Notice the resemblance and notice the difference. You see it now, peoples? You guys see the difference now in between the different girls? And why they switch up and say, I am Kenneka Jenkins, I am Kenneka Martin. Look at the resemblance, peoples. Almost look the same, but it's not the same. Two different girls. Both Kenneka, one is Jenkins and one is Martin. Clearly in your face. There it is, right there, peoples. So now let's go back here. Let me take a screenshot of this. So then we will have that. Let me take a screenshot of this. Okay. So this is how they played you, peoples. All right. Now let's go back to let's go back to the video here. Okay. Let's go back. Close that up. Let's go back to that video. Now, well, before I do that, let's go here. Now, let's look at this, peoples, right here. And let's take let's take the screenshot right here. We know that this is Kenneka Jenkins, and how we know that this is Kenneka Jenkins clearly. And let me save this. Okay. So let me open this up right here. Let me go back here. Let me go to the downloads. Let me open this up. Now we know that this is Kenneka Jenkins. Why? Because look, there's the recess in her teeth. Kenneka Jenkins all the time has a recess in her teeth. Peoples, flat iron straight, oval round head, big lips, and that's the way that she does her hands. But the most distinguished feature is the recess in her teeth. There's Shemaya, there's Kenneka, and there's Bree. I don't know who this girl is. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. You can always tell the real Kenneka Jenkins by the recess in her teeth. Bingo to the bingo. Okay. All right. Now let's go back. Let's go back to this right here, peoples. Well, let's go to here first.
What's up, boo? What the fuck?
Let them see your hair.
Hell no, I need my shit flat on.
But you just flat out my hair. You just messed it right back up.
Damn, your shit bogus as
Come
hell.
on. You kiss, babe.
All right, so let's stop this. Let's go ahead and get this video here. Okay. See, y'all getting ready to get an education on tonight, boy. Y'all see that, right? You ain't never seen nothing like this. Not on nobody else's page. And not the way that I'm doing it. You ain't never seen that, peoples. I know you ain't never seen it because I ain't never seen it up on nobody else's page. Okay, so let's go ahead and download this. We're going to get this video. I'm going to get an education on tonight. Now we're getting ready to understand the mystery of the Kenneka Jenkins case, peoples, and how they played this off. Okay. Okay, we're going to put that up on the desktop. And we're going to put that in my editing software. I'm going to put all of these videos together. All right. So then we're going to put this video. I'm going to look that up. We're going to block that. We're going to put this video down here. And we're going to look at this. Now, look at Kenneka, peoples. This is the real Kenneka Jenkins. All right. Let's slow this down some. Well, no, let's play it. Let's play it full. Then we'll slow it down. Okay.
You kiss, babe.
You talk, boy. What the fuck?
Let them see your hair.
Hell no, I need my shit flat out.
But you just fed out my hair, you just messed it right back up.
Damn, your shit bogus as hell.
Come on.
Now, I want you guys to notice something. I want you guys to notice Kenneka's face. I want you guys to notice Kenneka's face. So we're going to rewind this back a little bit right here. I want you guys to notice something. Look at Kenneka's eyes. Look at Kenneka's face. That is a real good close-up shot of the real Kenneka Jenkins right here. Can't get no better than that, peoples. And look at Rico. Look at Kenneka's face, peoples. Look at her hair. Look at her eyes. Look at her eyebrows. And let's see if we can get a little bit of her mouth. Only just that much of her mouth right here. But it's enough because we can see the recess in her teeth right there. That is the real Kenneka Jenkins right there. That's what I wanted to point out right there. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. As you can see, that is the real Kenneka Jenkins because Kenneka Jenkins all the time has a recess in her teeth, peoples. And you heard her voice. And you know the real Kenneka only messed with Rico. Rico was the love of her life. As you can see, people, it's the real Kenneka Jenkins. And you can clearly see her face, clear as daylight. Recess in her teeth right there. Bingo. There it is right there, people. You can see it. See that? That's the real Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. That never changes. The recess in her teeth never changes. Peoples, as you can see. Okay? That's how you know the real Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, because of the recess in her teeth right there. Clear as daylight. And she's smiling hard and she's looking at the camera. Now we got a real good facial picture of the real Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. Now see that? Not the fakes, not the frauds, not the phonies. Okay? All right. So let's go a little further, peoples. Let's go a little further. There you go. Recess in her teeth. You'll see that, right? Okay. So let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back to the website right here. All right, let's close that down. So we got a good facial, good video of Kenneka. Okay. All right. Let's go a little further, peoples. Now, is that Kenneka Jenkins, peoples? Is this Kenneka Jenkins, peoples? Y'all tell me, does that look like the real Kenneka Jenkins, peoples? We're going to come back to this. Okay. So now this is what they said that was Kenneka. She was supposed to be laying in the bed at the establishment. But this girl is very thin. So is this Kenneka when she was very young, very skinny? All right. So let's look at this one, peoples. Is this Kenneka? Well, we know that this is Kenneka because the real Kenneka is always with Zaria. You don't see Kenneka Martin with Zaria. You see the real Kenneka Jenkins with Zaria. And that Zaria was her best friend. Okay. You seeing how Kenneka evolved, the different phases of Kenneka. This is when she didn't have the long hair and things like that. Because Kenneka wasn't start dressing all preppery and things until she got the money from her father, from when her father ended up getting killed. That's when Kenneka start the dress all preppy with the long hair and stuff. But beforehand, this is how Kenneka was looking. Short hair, not long, cut, and you see that Kenneka's hair was very thick. Not long, not shoulder length, not going all the way down past her chest, as you can see in peoples. See that? All right, let's go a little further. Peoples. God, this girl is big. I didn't know that she was that big. Okay. So now, peoples, is this Kenneka Jenkins, peoples? Is this Kenneka Jenkins? Or is this Kenneka Martin? Let me just show you pictures, people, and then I'm gonna ask you: is this Kenneka Jenkins or is this Kenneka Martin? Okay, I'm gonna show you how they played with the two different girls. Now, I want you to look at her body style. Look at her stance. Look how tall she stands. Look at her build. Look at her shape, and then look at her face. Because Kenneka Jenkins and Kenneka Martin, they favor quite a bit, but they are absolutely, positively, and unequivocally two different girls. And this is how TM played with you with this case. Because it very well may be true that a girl was unalive back in March or May or whatever they said, in that earlier post. It very well may be true. Very well may be. But we don't know for sure. We're just doing our investigation. But I'm sitting here showing you the differences between the two girls, just in case that you didn't know, peoples. Okay. All right, people. So is this Kenneka Jenkins, peoples? You guys tell me. Is this Kenneka Jenkins, peoples? And I'm gonna put all of these pictures together, and I'm gonna show it to you. I just wanted to just brush through some things, peoples.
Well, I want the phone for school shit, blue.
You irritating.
I got it though.
Like you got me.
I don't though.
Oh my God, you so irritating.
Be cool on Madison, boy. You know I got that thing with me.
You shut the
baby.
fuck up.
Shit, bro. They finna go to school. It made ass get up for that education.
Boy, no the fuck you did.
I don't know, last not going to school.
No, stop saying that. I know like I'm a driver.
Well, I want the phone for school shit. Blue.
Now you must know some peoples. Kenneka really, really loved Rico. I mean, she loved that boy. Literally, she loved him.
Justice for Kenneka! 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 Justice for Kenneka!
Release the tank!
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 Release the tank! The real tank! It's no real tank!
No real tank!
The real tank!
The real
Now you got to ask your question, people. You got to ask yourself the question: what is it that they knew, and when did they know it? What is it that they knew, and when did they know it? That's the question that you have to ask yourself. Is this Kenneka, peoples? Okay, so I want you guys to look at something. Look at the person's knees and see how dark the patches is on the knees and stuff. Okay, look at the patches on the knees, and then we're going to go back to that video to when the girl was in a similar outfit dancing, and see if the same type of knees is the same. Okay, I want you guys to look at certain things, peoples. Okay, again, peoples, does that look like Kenneka? So actually, so why they never showed a more up to date picture of Kenneka? Why are all of these baby pictures?
To come in the kitchen. This man is standing there. He's standing on the side of something.
Let me show you. You like this to y'all.
He's standing on the side. And
With a
he,
hood on, white
he
hood
can
on, blue jacket.
white hood on,
Looking-
blue
looking,
jacket.
waiting for
Let me
the
show
one
y'all.
across the corner.
White hoodie, blue jacket. He can see Kenneka through this little window right here. This window supposedly also has a person in it, and that's why it's black right there. But that is a window. So what is this black? What is that? It's probably a person that he's communicating with. That's what they're saying.
This is the face.
Now Kenneka's gonna walk in this door, and you're gonna see him look for her just a little bit. And once he see her get to this point, he gonna turn his face back straight,
like he wasn't looking.
like he wasn't looking.
Like you minding his own business.
And
Watch.
then as she walks out, he gonna lean his head up.
If y'all don't believe us, whatever, you feel me? You could go watch this video for yourself and look at that spot and tell me don't move.
I'm gonna just keep the camera right here. Y'all watch his activity and tell me this ain't a dude. To come in the kitchen. This man is standing there. He's standing on the side of something.
Let me show you. You like this to y'all.
He's standing on the side.
All right, now look how much her friends is really worried though. Look at Monifa. Look at the face. We pinching cheeks and shit. Supposed to be looking for our friend. It's for something, but we out here pinching dudes' cheeks and shit. You know what I mean? Out here cuddled up. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? We out here petting our hair and shit. You know what I mean? We out here keeping motherfuckers' necks warm and shit like that. You know what I mean? It's all playful, you feel me? It's all playful. Gotta keep that neck warm, baby. And this nigga always put her head down right before the camera. And then you got motherfuckers out here really wild, dog. Picking up shit. All right, now look how much her friends is really worried though. Look at Monifa.
So that's very interesting. People's that their friend supposedly had came up missing, and by their friend coming up missing, people's they're out there twerking and doing all of this crazy shit, and it's at 4 something in the morning. But according to the case files, at 4 something in the morning, they supposed to be driving the car back to Teresa Martin's house, right? Well, according to the video, that didn't happen because according to the video, it was like, and we're going to go back to that to see exactly what time it was, peoples. So let's add another track below this. And then we're going to add that video. I'm going to add the video here. Going to add that down here. We're going to close that. We're going to close that. Now, let's look at the time.
All right.
The time says 4:19 on 9/9/2017. But the time says 4:19, peoples. So according to the case files, if I recall, the case file said that they were driving the car back to Teresa Martin's house around 4 something in the morning. Well, if we go by what the timestamp says, and the timestamp says 4:19, well, how could they be driving back to Teresa Martin's house when they are clearly on video surveillance camera twerking on a surveillance camera at the Crown Plaza? People, something is fishy here. Do you understand what I'm saying? So see, when the people give the narrative that, oh, well, just because the timeline says a certain time and the case files contradicts what the timeline of the surveillance video says, well, then what is it that you have to go by? You see what I'm saying? You can't sit here and tell me that these kids were driving a car when the timeline on the video says otherwise. So either the timeline is wrong or what they had put in the case files is wrong. And if everything is wrong, peoples, well, how in God's name could you ever sit here and tell me that this girl came to the establishment at 1:13 in the morning and at 3:30 she's walking the halls of that establishment, inebriated, dead, drunk, and nobody knows where she is? Help me to make that make sense, peoples. That doesn't make no sense. And understand you've only got a 2 hour window. So how in God's name could all of this stuff happen within a 2 hour period? Can anybody make that make sense? I'm asking. Can anyone make it make sense? You can't. And the reason why you can't, because it never happened in the manner to which you are trying to describe it, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's why you can't make it make sense. That's why you can't sit here and say, Edward Joseph, well, what we are saying is actual, factual, and true. You can't tell me that, peoples. And the reason why you can't tell me that is because it never happened in a manner to which you're trying to express it. That's why you can't tell me. That's why the things that you say doesn't make no sense to me. It doesn't even make no sense to you, and it doesn't make no sense to nobody else who you're trying to tell. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? See, if you can make sense of it, then you'll be here, Edward Joseph, well, this is how it happened, and then you're showing me how it happened. But you can't show me how it happened, people. It's because it didn't happen in a manner to which they proclaim things happen. You see what I'm saying? That's why you can't explain it. That's why they said and did the various things that they said and did, because they fooled you into thinking all of this stuff happened in a manner to which they said it did, and it didn't never happen that way. So then you ask yourself the question, what did TM know, and when did she know it? She had to know something, peoples. She had to know something. You know, y'all want to sit here and try to proclaim TM as being squeaky clean, and she's running around here dressing nude and talking all crazy and foaming at the mouth and, you know, doing this and that and the other. But see, that doesn't detract me from that of what you knew. She gave conflicting stories. She told people all of these different stories and stuff, and she wanted everybody to believe X, Y, and Z. But see, I'm not believing it, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not believing it. So let's go back here, peoples. Let's go back. Let's see what's going on here. Okay. So we have it, and they're supposed to be looking
now
for their
look how
friend.
much her friends is really worried though. Look at Monifa. Look at the face. We pinching cheeks and shit. Supposed to be looking for our friend. It's for something, but we out here pinching dudes' cheeks and shit. You know what I mean?
They already knew what happened to Kenneka. So think about it, people. So if you're so concerned for your friend, and you're supposed to be looking for your friend and everything, and everything was supposed to be all rosy dozy and stuff like this, well then why are you pinching cheeks? Why are you over here pinching people's cheeks and things and acting like you're so concerned when you are not even concerned whatsoever? If your friend came up missing, would you be sitting here pinching cheeks? They have a lack of interest. The body language shows it all, people, right there. It's in your face. They didn't give two rats asses because they already knew. Your friend come up missing, you will be frantic. You will be tearing the walls. But they're over here pinching cheeks. So it doesn't matter how many after videos that they did. Their body language told it all. They pinching cheeks. They're walking laxy daisy. Woody woo doo woo. Oh, my friend is missing, so I don't give a darn because we already know where she is. So let's just play it on camera. And every time that Monifa walks towards the camera, what does she do with the other girl who was walking in the halls towards the camera? She puts her head down. Why is it that the girl can walk the halls of the establishment with her head up, but whenever she comes close to the camera, she dips her head? Well, Monifa did that, and then the girl in the hall did the same thing when she came what? Close to the camera. Peoples, what is that telling you? Boy, see, you guys don't even look at the tall tale signs, and I've been trying to tell you for the longest time. But nobody wanted to listen to Edward Joseph because everybody thought that they knew what happened to Kenneka in this case. But you're not looking at the tall tale signs. People, look.
I had cuddled up. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? We out here petting our hair and shit. You know what I mean? We out here keeping motherfuckers' necks warm and shit like that. You know what I mean? It's all playful, you feel me? It's all playful. Gotta keep that neck warm, baby. And this nigga always put her head down right before the camera.
Did you hear what he said? This nigga all the time puts her head down right before the camera. Well, when did you see that beforehand, peoples? When did you see the person put their head down before the camera when they were walking down the halls of that establishment and when they were coming close to the camera, coming close into the employee's area? What does the person do? She puts her head down. Why did the person put her head down? What, because she knew she was going to be on camera? She didn't want the people to identify herself? Don't you think that that's kind of strange, peoples? Don't you think that's kind of strange to put your head down right before you get to the camera? Peoples, am I making sense? See, I'm going to put all of this stuff together, peoples, but I just wanted you to see what I have been seeing forever and a day. This is why I can't leave this case alone. I can't leave it alone, people. It's because we got all of these girls that look alike that is acting like the real person. Oh, man. And you telling me that this girl was supposed to have came up missing and everybody is frantic, but does it look like they're frantic, people? Does it look like they are really concerned about a person who was supposed to have been missing? So they can sit up and they can tell all of these stories. They can cuss up and storm and stuff and make all of these posts and things. But their actions on surveillance video footage says something different. And if you're not understanding that, people, what is it that you need to know? I'm pointing this out to you. I'm showing you what they were doing. Do you actually think that any of these people was ever concerned about Kenneka Jenkins being missing? No. Why? Because they understood the play. Now, when you put it in this perspective, peoples, what is it that you got to say? What is it that you got to say? When you breaking it down in a manner to which I'm doing to get you guys to think upon some things, what is it that you have to say now? Does it make you look at things differently? Does it make you ask the question what really happened to Kenneka? It should.
You know what I'm saying? Get that. And guess what? Through it all, he tried to take my life. He tried to take everything. Then he reached down beside me and tried to touch my soul. But through it all, he still ain't broke.
Okay, Kim, that's all good and fine and dandy. But I want you guys to notice something here, peoples. I want you guys to notice something here. And let me get this video. I want you guys to notice something. And I'm getting ready to show you, peoples. Let me download this here. I want you guys to notice one important thing, peoples. And see, I think you're missing it. But you ain't gonna miss it now because I'm getting ready to show you, peoples. Okay. Let's put that video up there. Nope. We're not going to replace it. We're just going to change it. The name. Okay. Then we're going to put it up there. All right. Now, again, nope, we're not going to replace it. Nope, we're not going to replace it. So let's change this name completely. Okay, and it's saying replace. I don't want to replace it. All right, so there it is right there. The video. All right, so let's put that video in my editing software and let's add a track. We're going to close that. I'm going to put this in my editing software. Okay. Now we're going to add this down here. Now, I want you guys to notice something up on this video. Look at the makeup. And look how she has all of that makeup all over her eyelids. As you can see, peoples. See that? Now, let's go back to this picture here. And look at all of that makeup all over her eyelids. Kenneka don't wear her makeup like that, peoples. But Teresa Martin does. That's a Teresa Martin signature, not a Kenneka Jenkins signature. Do you understand what I'm saying? So let's go back to the video. And let's look at the video. And there you see the same type of eyeliner. The blush, whatever you want to call it, on the eyelids. Okay. Same type. So here, let's get a picture here and we're going to compare it, peoples. So let me get this picture right here. Take this picture. There it is right there. We're going to take that picture. We're going to move it right here. Let's see where this picture is. Can I put it right there? Nope, I can't. Okay, how do I put it up on Show and Explore? Okay, there's the picture right there. Where's the picture at? There it is, the picture right there. Okay, we're gonna take the picture out right there, put it right there. Okay, and then we're gonna blow up that picture. And we're going to match it with that picture. Look at the same eyeliner. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. I said bingo to the bingo, peoples. Same type of eyeliner. See that? That's a TM thing. That ain't a Kenneka Jenkins thing, peoples. That's a TM thing right there. As you can see. You see that, peoples? You think Kenneka will wear her thing like that? Nah. That ain't the funeral home. That's a TM thing. You see that, right? Clear as daylight. Look at it, peoples. Okay, there it is right there, peoples. Clear as in your face. See that? It ain't a Kenneka thing. It is a TM thing, peoples. All right. Okay. Just wanted to point some things out to you, just in case that you didn't know, peoples. All right. Let's go a little further. Now, look at this, peoples. Look at this picture. Y'all say Kenneka was tall. But I'm gonna show you one thing, peoples. All right. He is towering over her. He clearly is towering over her, as you can see. Okay. All right. Yeah, y'all see that, right? So it's supposed to be Kenny Martin and Kenneka Jenkins. All right. So let me show you, people. So I'm gonna show you because I'm gonna show you something that is going to astonish you, and you're gonna say, "No," but I mean, the proof is in the pudding, people. Now, y'all say that Kenneka was tall. Well, as you can see, she didn't tower over Kenny, right? I mean, there's the picture right there, people. If she was as tall or even taller than Kenny, well, then she would be up there, but she's not up there. So, which clearly tells you that Kenneka was shorty. The pictures don't lie, peoples. The pictures don't lie. If Shorty was tall, Shorty would be the same height as Ken Martin. Or Ken Jenkins. Whatever his last name is. Okay, y'all see that, right? But I'm going to show you a picture of the Kenneka that stands taller, and Kenny is sitting up on the truck, and the truck is high up, and the Kenneka is towering about the same height as him sitting on the truck. And that's Kenneka Martin, because Kenneka Martin is tall. Kenneka Jenkins is not. Let me show you, people. Let me, I think I got it on my Facebook page. So let me do this. Let me go back and just show this right here. Let me go to my Facebook right quick, y'all. Get chimed in up on my Facebook. All right, so let me go to my group page. See, peoples, I love doing what I do because I love proving all of these people who all the time had something to say about this case and trying to talk in things and stuff. I love proving them wrong. I love it. You know, I really do. I love it. Because see, it's nothing like the proof in the pudding, peoples. You know? Let me find my group. Looking for my group so I can chime in on my group. Ooh, I love it, peoples. Boy. Okay, so where is my group page at? Okay, here's my group. And Kenneka Jenkins chat room. There we go. All right, so I chimed into my group. Let me go to my media. And now let me share my page. All right. So now let me share my page, peoples. And there it is right there. Now look how tall that truck is, peoples. And look how tall this girl is. And her head is going all the way up to his bicep. Look how tall that truck is. Now let's compare this picture to this picture. So let me share my screen a different way so you guys can see. Okay, let me go to Facebook. Then let me go to that picture. Now look at that, people. See how tall this girl is? And see how short this girl is? And look how tall, look how tall that truck is. And he's sitting up on the truck, and she's almost close to So you tell me, peoples. You tell me, peoples. And do they remotely look alike, peoples? Do they, peoples? Do this girl look like this girl, peoples? I mean, you tell me. What is it that you think, peoples? Are we looking at the same girl? One who's tall and one who's short? Peoples? I mean, help me to make it make sense, peoples. Come on. Where's the watch? Where's the watch? Kanika all the time wore a watch up on her left arm. Where's the watch on this girl's left arm? There's no watch. There's a gold bracelet on the right arm, but on the left arm, there's no watch. Where's the watch? Kanika all the time, where's the watch? Huh, Pipples? Come on, talk to me. Where's the black scrunchie? Where's the watch? Peoples. See, these are the things that the people can't even answer. You know, y'all know so much, but you know so little because you don't pay attention to the little things that I'm showing you. You don't pay attention to the little things. Y'all so running at the mouth that you forget that there are certain things that Kenneka all the time has on. So let's go back, peoples. Let's go back. Let's go back, peoples. Let's go back. Let's go back to I'm going to go back to a couple of things, peoples. There's the ring. There's the ring right there, peoples. You see the ring right there, right? That was the ring that she always wore. Okay. That was the ring that was being worn at the establishment, peoples, inside the room. Because Zaria Walls had gave her that ring. Y'all see that, right? Okay, I got that. So now, what does that say, peoples? So Tiffany Draper said she wasn't in a hospital laughing out loud, rolling off the floor laughing. It's still Kenneka. I mean, it's still J4K though. Long live Queen Neek. And then the person says, what did it say on her band? Well, let's see what it says. Whether she was in a hospital or not, let's see what it says, peoples. So we're going to get a screenshot of this, and we're going to see what it says on that band. So let's save this. All right, so let's call that up. And let's see what it says on that band. It says Kenneka Jenkins. That's what it says. Kenneka Jenkins. So that is a hospital setting or wherever she was, whether she was in a hospital or whatever the case may be, there is the name spelling with it's saying Kenneka Jenkins. Now I can try to clean this up and use my camera, and maybe that barcode will give me a little bit more information as to what facility she was in and stuff. There's ways of doing this, peoples. I can go ahead and have this cleaned up a little bit and read that barcode, and that barcode will give me a little bit more information. Do you see what I'm saying? See, this is the type of stuff that the FBI and the police department, all of them, they do when they want to try to find a missing person and stuff. You know, you take the little bits and pieces and stuff, and then you put all of that stuff together. But we can clearly see now we have something of an official record that has her name on it, and it says Kenneka Jenkins. It didn't say Kenneka Martin. It says Kenneka Jenkins, right? It didn't say Kenneka Martin. It says Kenneka Jenkins. So she's in a hospital-like setting, and it has the name Kenneka Jenkins on it, not Kenneka Martin. Peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's significant because if her real name was Kenneka Martin, well, then she wouldn't be in a hospital setting under Kenneka Martin. If her real name was Kenneka Martin, she would be in a hospital setting under the name Kenneka Martin. But her name is Kenneka Jenkins. And because it's Kenneka Jenkins, she's under the name Kenneka Jenkins in a hospital setting or wherever she's at, which clearly shows that's her government name. Not Kenneka Martin, Kenneka Jenkins. 2 + 2 = 4, not 2 + 2 = 3, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so, peoples, if you only do your research like I have been doing for years, you will come to discover these things. And you will come to discover the things that I've been trying to tell you for the longest time. Now we know her name is really Kenneka Jenkins and not Kenneka Martin, like a lot of you proclaim, just because she has the title Kenneka Martin over a picture in a post. So what does that mean? Oh boy, peoples. Oh boy. All right, let's go.
Hey, yo, it's your girl, Tiffany Draper. Listen to this because I didn't catch this when I was making this.
Preventing all of this from happening because Kenneka will still be alive. So you stabbed up, but you're trying to make it seem like
Hold up.
the past, right? Okay. Character evaluation.
Listen to what Brianna says.
They actually was my favorite member. Stop trying to be like me, G. Marcus, we not finna do this. Hold on, wait. You actually need to explain the story of what happened to a no. See, actually don't. Watch out. Now you can talk back to your boyfriend, Marcus.
Do you hear what she said? Somebody said she needs to explain the story to what actually happened to Kenneka, and Brianna says, no, she actually don't. Now you can continue talking to your boyfriend. No, she does need to explain what happened, either to us, the police, or somebody. I'm surprised I didn't catch that when I was doing this video. Hey, yo, it's your girl, Tiffany Draper. Listen to this because I didn't catch this when I was making this.
Preventing all of this from happening because Kenneka will still be alive. So you stabbed up, but you're trying to make it seem like
Hold up.
the past, right? Okay. Character evaluation.
Listen to what Brianna says.
They actually was my favorite member. Stop trying to be like me, G. Marcus, we not finna do this. Hold on, wait. You actually need to explain the story of what happened to a no. She actually don't. Watch out. Now you can talk back to your boyfriend, Marcus.
Do you hear what she said? Somebody said she needs to explain the story to what actually happened to Kenneka, and Brianna says, no, she actually don't. Now you can continue talking to your boyfriend. No, she does need to explain what happened, either to us, the police, or somebody. I'm surprised I didn't catch that when I was doing this video. Hey, yo, it's your girl, Tiffany.
Okay, so let me copy this video, and we're going to go back over that because I'm not catching really what she's saying. I heard what she said, but I'm not really catching what she said. So I gotta look at it again to really get a full understanding as to what she's trying to say. I'm going to enhance the audio too, so I can really catch it, because I kind of heard what she said, but then I'm not for sure. So I want to make for sure that I know what she's saying, but we'll get back to that. All right. So let's look at some more here. Now, see, people, I want you to notice something. The time is not 3:52. 3:52, and the supposed Kenneka is supposed to be in the halls, roaming the halls of that establishment. And the time is not 3:52. And look where Monifa and these people are at 3:52. See, I'm not making this up. And then look where all of the other people are at 352 peoples. The same time that the supposed Kenneka roaming the halls of that establishment. So you ask yourself the question. See that, peoples? You know? Everybody's in the hallway at almost at the 4 o'clock hour. Or about the same time as the supposed Kenneka roaming the halls of that establishment. Do they look concerned? No, they don't. Thank you. I said they don't look concerned. Now, where does Munifa get all of that money from? Munifa got a rack. Where'd she get all that money from?
You know what I'm saying? Get that. And guess what? Through it all, he tried to take my life. He tried to take everything. Then he reached down beside me and tried to touch my soul. But through it all, okay. 1, 2, 3.
Ever get a chance to see it? So I can see it's beautiful.
Now, you see, people, you see the time said 4:44. The time said, I've been talking all of this time and you guys can hear me. The time says 4:44, right? Okay, the time says 4:44. Let's go back. Time says 4:44. That the security officer was in the hall. Okay. 4:44 a.m. That's the first security officer. Then we go down. Different guy. Right here. Right there. Different guy. And how you know it's a different guy? Because let's look at this clip and let's look at this clip. Let's go back. Different guy. Okay. Right there. Right there. Look at the hair. Right there. Look at the hair. Look at his attire. Got on the jacket. But then on the next clip, look at the hair and look at the attire. Let's go back. See how you know it's a different person? Because I want you to look right here. See that right there? He's wearing a belt. It's got on something right there. Okay. Now, in this clip, this person don't have that. See that? That little belt thing, it's not there. So it's a different person. Bingo to the bingo. Okay, let's watch that again. See? Here's the belt. Little buckle thing that's on around his pants. And this clip, it ain't there. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. See that? Plus, he ain't even got a jacket on. So, two different people. Okay? Y'all see that, right? Two different people. Y'all see that, right? Okay? See? And then look at the same look where the line is going across up on the bench right here. The line is already on the bench going across right there, right? In that photo. And then on this one, same line going across. There's the belt buckle. No belt buckle. Same line going across. You see that, right? Okay. So you see, people. See, when the people try to when the people try to throw you off, they can't throw me off because this is what I do. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? This is what I do. They can't throw me off. They may could throw you off, but they can't throw me off. Peoples. See that? That's what I tried to tell you, peoples. Now, if the person that made this video is correct, he said that it was 4:44. Let's look what he says. Now we have the second security officer pushing a cart. But remember, it is at 4:44 in the morning. And at 4:44 in the morning, remember, Monifa, Shemaya, TY, and everybody is in the hallway at 4:44 in the morning. You just saw the video that I just showed you with all of the kids in the hallway. Yeah, you guys remember that, right? Everybody's in the hallway at the 4 o'clock hour. You guys remember that, right? Okay, well, if everybody's in the hallway at the 4 o'clock hour, well, then that means either the supposed Kenneka walking the halls of that establishment at the same time, because the only reason why I say that is this right here. The guy walks down the stairs. You have the security guard walking down the stairs. And then he stops right there. And he's looking down the hall. So if he's going to stop right there and looking down the hall, who is he expecting? He's expecting a girl to come out of the employees area and walk the halls of that establishment. That's what he's expecting at 4:44 in the morning or around that time. Not no 3:30, not no 2:30, but at 4 something in the morning, peoples. The same security guard that we just seen earlier is this same security officer right here. The one without the badge, the buckle on his pants. This guy right here. Not this guy right here. Not this guy right here. This guy has the belt buckle on his pants. You can clearly see it right there. This guy doesn't, as you can clearly see right there. See that? And notice how they blurred out his face. No, notice how everybody's face is blurred out on video surveillance footage. Look, to people who they are, and so why are you blurring out their face? We see them on camera, so why are you blurring out their face? Well, see, peoples, this video right here clearly changes how you look at the Kenneka Jenkins case. Because one of the two things has to happen. Either she walked the halls later, or it was on a different day. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? If these security guards are out in the hallway doing what they're doing at 4:44 in the morning, help me to make this make sense, peoples. Why is this guy down here going down the stairs and looking and stopping at the end of the hallway and looking down from where the employees area to when the supposed girl who was supposed to be Kenneka walked down the same hallway at around the 4 o'clock hour in the morning, the later hour of the 4 o'clock hour? It changes the whole way that you look at this case, peoples, because the evidence is right there, is in your face. It doesn't lie. It doesn't lie. So either it was a later time, and that time that they gave us was bogus, or you have to explain to me why is this guy, after she done walked the halls of that establishment, is walking down the stairs and looking down the same hallway that the girl had walked down. Help me to make that make sense, peoples. See? That's why I say, peoples, you cannot listen to and you cannot focus upon this hilarious and nefarious nonsense that these people, these YouTubers and Facebookers has been saying, peoples, because they don't know what they're talking about, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is why I've been trying to tell you guys for the longest time. That's what I've been trying to tell you guys for the longest time. This video footage is all bogus. And all of this stuff didn't happen on the day that they proclaimed. And I said it before and I say it again. Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. And when I say that, I'm saying that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment on the night. She never did. She never did. And this video proves my point. Because you gotta help me to make it make sense, peoples. How and why did the security officer walk down the stairs and look at the same trajectory of the girl who walked down the halls proclaiming to be drunk and stand right there and look down the halls? It's on Valence Video's camera, peoples. And this proves that you did not have all of the video footage. All you had was clips. They gave you clips and they gave you a narrative to the clips. But now you're seeing more video with actually what happened, but all miscombobulated. Bingo to the bingo peoples. That's why I kept trying to tell you people, you got to stop listening to these hilarious and nefarious YouTubers that's giving you a narrative that is following a timeline that they gave you. Because that timeline that they gave you is fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious. It ain't right. You tell me, peoples, when did you ever see the security guard stand at the end of the hallway? Oh, I can tell you. You seen it, but it was edited out because you heard some people say there was somebody standing right there, but they blurred it all out. And now you see the authentic, the real, true video of the security playing their part. Did you see what I'm saying, people? The video don't lie. The people knew what they were talking about. There was somebody standing there. You see the video right now, clear as daylight. Yes, it was a real person. But you never seen the security officer walk down the stairs and stand right there. All of that video footage that you've seen was cut up, chopped up, spliced, edited, filtered, blurred, purposely to throw you off. And Edward Joseph has been telling you for the longest time, but nobody wanted to listen to me. Now you're listening to me, right? Now you're listening. Now all of the stuff that Edward Joseph has been telling you forever and a day is making sense now, right? Because the people, the perpetrators who you thought did anything to Kenneka, they didn't. They didn't. Now you're beginning to see the big picture and the grand scheme of all of this madness that had played out at the Crown Plaza. That's why I named this live Kenneka Jenkins, what really happened. Because see, the people needed a good, wholesome breakdown. Now you're getting it. It changes things now, right? It changes things from what the people were saying to you forever and a day to what Edward Joseph is telling you and showing you now. They can't say anything. That's why they're not on the Kenneka Jenkins case no more. Oh, that case is old. No, the case may be old, but you still was fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious in the things that you were saying. You were wrong. And they won't never admit that they're wrong, but that's all right, people, because I got their videos too. And I can play back their videos and I can debunk the madness out of them. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? See, they can't play my videos and debunk me, but I can play their videos and I can debunk them because they don't know what the hell they're talking about. That's why these people never challenged me upon my channel or their channel. That's why they make lives and talk about me, but they never invite me to their live and hit me face to face and talk with me about this Kenneka Jenkins case, because they know that I will make mincemeat out of their narrative and make them look hilarious and nefarious as they are. And I ain't even got to call out no names, peoples, because you followed them. Many of you followed them. Many of you listened to them. Many of you heard their narratives. Many of you agreed with them. But now don't you look stupid. See, peoples, you know, I can be ridiculed. I can be talked about. I can be scorned and all like this and whatever. But the one thing that none of you can ever do is make me look foolish. You can never debunk me in this case. Never. Okay, let's go. Now there she go again with all of that stuff over her eyelashes. Told you that was the TM thing. And like I said, there we have Kenneka with a band at some type of medical facility with her name, Kenneka Jenkins, on it. And it says Jenkins and not Martin. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. It says Kenneka Jenkins and not Kenneka Martin. Hello? Hello? Interesting peoples. The same guy who is a medical same guy. There he is walking the halls of that establishment. There he is in his official medical garb. And then there he is by the dock area. And guess what? Getting on the freight elevator in the rear by the dock area. There he is right there, peoples. So he transformed from being a maintenance guy to just being the guy just walking in the halls of the establishment, just browsing around and stuff, to in his medical capacity. Ain't that something, peoples? Ain't that some? It's amazing how these people can transform from just being a regular nobody to being very interesting peoples. And where did they say Kenneka Jenkins was found? Edward Joseph, can you play that video, please? I sure will. Let's go back here. Was Kenneka Jenkins found in the rear dock area, or was she found in the freezer? Because I heard that she wasn't found in the freezer, but she was found somewhere else. Is that to be true, peoples? Chat.
That's what they said from the beginning.
Tiff, what did they say?
She was found in the rear dock, at the rear dock.
In the what?
That's what they said. I said that's what they said from the beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning, people.
From the beginning.
This is what they said in the beginning.
And then they changed it to the freezer.
Come on. So we got reference of Kenneka Jenkins being in the dock area, being found in the dock area, and not in the what? The freezer. Because Tiffany said that's what they said, what? In the beginning. What did they do? They changed it, right? So when they changed it, then what did the people do? They latched on to that narrative and they ran with it. But people, what did I say? I said we are truth fact finders, right? So if that's what they said in the beginning, and we have the person on the mic saying, I am in the dock area, what is that telling you?
That they not in the freezer.
That they
didn't find her in the freezer.
Found her where? In the dock area. Was Kenneka Jenkins found in the rear dock area, or was she found in the freezer? Because I heard that she wasn't found in the freezer, but she was found somewhere else. Is that to be true, peoples? Chat.
That's what they said from the beginning.
Tiff, what did they say?
She was found in the rear dock, at the rear dock.
In the what?
That's what they said. I said that's what they said from the beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning, people.
From the beginning.
This is what they said in the beginning.
And then they changed it to the freezer.
Come on. So we got reference of Kenneka Jenkins being in the dock area, being found in the dock area, and not in the what? The freezer. Because Tiffany said that's what they said, what? In the beginning. What did they do? They changed it, right? So when they changed it, then what did the people do? They latched on to that narrative and they ran with it. But people, what did I say? I said we are truth fact finders, right? So if that's what they said in the beginning, and we have the person on the mic saying, I am in the dock area, what is that telling you?
That they not in the freezer.
That they
didn't find her in the freezer.
Found her where? In the dock area. They didn't find her in the freezer, but they found her in the rear in the dock area. That's what they said in the beginning. They didn't find her in the freezer, but they found her in the rear in the dock area. That's what they said in the beginning, peoples. That's what they said in the beginning. And then they changed it to the freezer. You know how many times that they changed the narrative in this particular case from the beginning to what they are saying now? I'm going through and I'm looking for all of my original content, peoples, because I have a lot of the original content, but I have it on different hard drives and stuff. You know, as I've been talking about this Kenneka Jenkins case, I've been putting all of my videos up on my hard drives and stuff, and I got like about 6 or 7 different hard drives that I got all Kenneka Jenkins stuff. So I'm going through and I'm going to be showing you original stuff. But I'm glad that this guy is here because this guy has original stuff as well. And as I'm showing you, now you can clearly see for yourself how just that one little clip of a video and showing the security officers at around the 4 o'clock hour is in the halls. And if the security officers is at around the 4 o'clock hour in the halls, well, then that totally changed everything that you know about this Kenneka Jenkins case, because it couldn't have been that she ever walked the halls of that establishment at around a 3 to 3:30 hour or a 2 to 2:30 hour mark. Couldn't have been, peoples. Because if the person who put this video together said that it was at 4:44, well, then that was well beyond the time that she was been walking the halls of that establishment. And around the 4 o'clock hour, guess else who was in the halls? It was all of her so-called friends. So now if the movement of the security officers was at around the 4 o'clock hour, well, then that changes everything that they ever said in the narrative that they were saying that this girl walked the halls of that establishment at the 3:30 hour. Because remember, and I don't know if many of you remember this, they said that she walked the halls for over an hour. Well, if she walked the halls over an hour, well, then yes, this time of security being in the hallway at the 4-something hour mark makes a lot of sense. If that be the case. So if that be the case, well, then they already had eyes upon her for over an hour. But then the question becomes, who? Because it wasn't Kenneka Jenkins. Who was in that hall, walking the halls of that establishment? Because again, just like the gentleman said, when Monifa was in the front lobby, Monifa came close to the camera, and when she came close to the camera, guess what? She dipped her head because she didn't want her face in the camera. Well, when the girl who was walking the halls of that establishment, when she came close to the camera, what did she do? She dipped her head so her face wouldn't be what? In the camera. Oh my God, peoples. Boy. Y'all see how all of this stuff is coming together now? Y'all see how all of it is coming together and how the narrative changes? See, y'all thought y'all listen to all of these YouTubers and followed a certain timeline because they gave you a timeline and then they wanted you to follow by that. But I said, I'm not going by that timeline because that timeline is hilarious and nefarious. You can't get me to think that a girl came in at 1:13 in the morning and then start walking some halls at 3:30 or even at 2:30. Come on, peoples. And then all of this stuff going on and all of these people in the hall at around about the same time. And then TY's live was supposed to be going on, this party, and all of these people were supposed to be up there crunking and things and stuff. And this girl just all of a sudden disappeared and walked some halls. And then her friends were supposed to be concerned, but in all of the video footage that we seen, the friends was just laxy-daisy. They wasn't even concerned. They didn't have a care in the world. Come on, peoples, man. Who you think you fooling? Come on. Who you think you fooling? See, if that was my friend, I would be frantic. I would be concerned. I would be busting down every door. I would be doing everything to make some noise to bring some attention. But these kids was just hugging and kissing and squeezing cheeks. And just walking. Because they knew to play. It was no urgency and it was no emergency in their actions, peoples. And I've always tell you, action speaks louder than words. You can tell me everything under the sun, but your action speaks louder than anything that you say. So you can tell me all of this and that and the other, but until you can prove it to me, peoples, it ain't nothing that you can tell me. So what are you going to tell me? What is it that you're going to tell Edward Joseph? You can't. Because even your narrative don't even line up to the various things that I was showing just now. And it doesn't even match up or line up to the case files that they put out. And it doesn't even line up to the characteristics of the people who were supposed to be concerned. These kids wasn't concerned. They had a nonchalant attitude. So how are you going to speak up for some kids that don't even give two rats' asses about a friend that came up missing? Because they knew to play. I told you peoples a long time ago that I was going to continue to keep busting out new stuff in this case to show you unequivocally and undeniably that that bullshit and madness that you guys have been listening to was hilarious and nefarious. That's why these YouTubers can never debunk me. They can't. They can never debunk me, peoples. And the reason why they could never debunk me because they knew the stuff that they were saying was hilarious and nefarious. And they didn't have a leg to stand up on. Now, all of this stuff that I was showing you tonight, you ponder it, you think about it, and then you come back and you tell me what you think. I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm not asking you to receive anything that I'm saying. I'm just asking you to take a second look and then tell me what you think. That's all I'm at. That's all I'm asking, peoples. You know. Now we're finally getting some clarity out of confusion. And now you're finally seeing that this fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious timeline that they gave you, it doesn't line up to anything that we see. Why would the security guard walk down the stairs and stand at the end of the hallway that the supposed girl who was supposedly drunk walked down at around the 4 o'clock hour? Why, peoples? Why? Why would he do that in the first place? That's the question that you need to be asking. So when it comes down to all of this other stuff of the people did this and the people did that, well, the video doesn't lie, people. The video clearly shows you a pattern of things happening. Shows you got people who is just supposed to be regular people, but as I shown you, he has his medical garb on and supposed to be a regular person, but then supposed to be one that's supposed to be working for the establishment, working as a maintenance guy, but yet he's all walking the halls of that establishment. But then he has on his medical garb. So what does that tell you, peoples? And see, many of you ain't never even seen that. What does that tell you? Why is he at the establishment walking the halls of that establishment in plain clothes, but then he has on his medical garb, but then he's transformed into a maintenance guy? Boy, peoples. You guys will soon understand soon enough, peoples. You guys will soon understand soon enough. I see my friend came in. Hello, Tony Ford. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Tony Ford says, hey, friend, how are you doing? I am doing absolutely wonderful. I'm still on this case. I'm still showing new things that the people haven't even brought up. And I'm debunking the myth of what the people have been saying forever and a day. Because now this brother has authentic, real, factual, and true video footage from the beginning. And when we see the different things that the security officers and other people have been doing at the establishment in different roles, well, then that tells you something. And it tells you that this hilarious and nefarious timeline that they gave you was bogus. And that this video footage was all spliced up. Because you got to make sense of what you see. Not so much of what they say. Is that all right? All right, people. So let's get back into this. Let's take a look at this right here. So as you've seen in the picture, peoples, there he is right there. In his medical garb. Okay. Then you see him walking the halls of that establishment in plain clothes. And I want you to notice something too, people, is that, you know, look at the shirt. Just depending upon who's capturing the pictures, the colors looks different. But the attire and the hair is the same. The facial features is the same. And he's getting on the elevator in the rear by the dock area. Doesn't lie, people. It doesn't lie. You guys will soon learn and understand some things, peoples. And so this is what this person had said. For exclusive footage and her case and behind the lies and crooked shit going on, they are taking off hashtags. Follow the homie. They're trying to wipe this away, but we still need justice for this young queen. Follow this page uh, and be a real justice for this young queen. Follow this page and be a real person, and she will add you. This person plays no games. We got more footage on her page than anywhere. They're trying to silence us, but we ain't going to stop. They put someone in jail. Us as a people is all we need. Unity. Smarten up. This page is the best for this case, period. Wish I wasn't hacked so most of my followers can peep, scoop, tell this page. And it says allegedly things aren't going with this whole Kenneka case. And I'm going to reach out to these people to see what they got, because we need to band together. We need to get it out there. And the same thing happened to me when I was talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case, and I was touching up on a lot of sensitive topics and things in this case. Guess what? They shut down my lives. They tried to take down my channels and stuff. They sent a post and fried my modem, fried my surge protector. They sent poison food to my house. I had all weird phone calls and things. And then my lines was affected. My audio was affected. My video was affected. So the same thing that they did to these people, they did to me. And many people who's been rocking with me in this Kenneka Jenkins case seen it for themselves while I was live. But they could not stop me because I'm still here. And I'm still talking about the case. They didn't silence me. They did everything under the sun. They hacked my channel. They did all of that stuff. So I had to go ahead and get extra protection upon my system. So I don't have to go through these things and stuff. Everything that they did to these people, they did to me. Anybody who's been following me forever and a day know what I've been through. But I'm still here. And I'm still putting out and they figure, okay, well, time has elapsed so much so it doesn't matter what I show, because they feel that they got away with it. Well, I say different, peoples. I say different, because the thing is, God has the final say. And me being a believer in God knows that it's only in his time when things happen. So you may think that you got away with things, but you didn't, because the Almighty God sees everything, knows everything, and in his own time will do everything. And that's why he won't allow me to leave this case alone, because my task is not finished. Well, where everybody left this case alone, Kenneka's spirit is still speaking to me and saying, keep pressing, keep pushing. Let the people see what you're talking about so they can get a greater understanding as to what you're trying to convey. Give me some justice. Where everybody abandoned me, stay on it. And that's exactly what I'm doing. Because when you guys want to listen to these hilarious and nefarious narratives and things, all I do is just present to you what was out there, and you make your own decision as to what you believe. You do that, peoples. You make your own decision, peoples. Now this is this fake hilarious video footage right here of that girl trying to play Kenneka. Now Kenneka that's not even her mannerisms, people. So let me copy this and let's take a look at this. Now see, I got this video footage now with all that without all of the extra whatever stuff that these people put up on this video. Now we can clearly see for ourselves without all the extra titles and watermarks and all of this other extra stuff that the people did not want you to see. Let's call this video up. See, peoples, all you got to do is just do your due diligence. It'll pay off in the end. You know, it'll pay off in the end. Let's take a look at this. I'm going to track below, and then we're going to put that video in here. And we're going to add that video down here. Now, it's a small little clip. So there it is right there. So let's shut off everything else. I'm going to shut off the audio, and then let's take a look at this in slow motion. And you tell me if this is Kenneka's mannerism. Did that even look like Kenneka? Now, I want you to notice something, people, in this video. Now, let's bring it back a little bit. Let's bring it right about here. Right there. Notice something. Look how that hair all the way comes down to her butt. All the way down to her butt. Okay? You see that, right? The hair goes all the way down to her butt. And look how thin this girl is, peoples. Look how thin her body is. And then, look. She has on a black scrunchie on her left arm, right? Do you see the play now, peoples? Do you see the play? She has on a scrunchie, but Kenneka had on a scrunchie and a watch. Where's the watch? Where is the watch? This girl don't have on a watch. Let's look at this video in slow motion, peoples. Where's the watch? Look at these hanging breasts. And does that look like Kenneka, peoples? There's the black scrunchie right there. Even the attire doesn't match, peoples. Okay, now I want to show you guys something. We got that video and we got this video right here when they were in the bathroom. So nope, that wasn't it. Let's see. That wasn't it. Let's see. Okay, here, let me move this video all the way down so I can put it in perspective. So let me add another track, insert a track below. We're going to move this video down and we're going to turn out that. Okay, so now let's look at this video right here. Nope, that's not it. Okay, let's look at this video. Nope, that's not it. Okay, let's look at this video. Nope, that's not it. Okay, let's look at this video. Nope, that's not it. Okay, let's look at this video. That's it. All right, so let's put these two videos together. So let me add another track below this. Sorry, the track below. Okay, and then we're going to drop this video all the way down. So we're going to bring it down, bring it down, bring it below there. Now, I want you guys to notice something. Let's put this video, let's look at this video. Now, notice the difference in the lighting. Notice the difference in the lighting. Okay. Look at the lighting in this video. Okay. Now, we're going to blank that out and look at that lighting. Okay. So, let's put these both. Let's do picture in picture right here. We're going to bring this over. We're going to turn this on. And we're going to bring that smaller. We're going to hit this one. And we're going to bring this over. Okay, let's hit this one. And let's increase it. Size. All right, cool. Okay, so now let's look right here. So let's get that image right here. So we have that right there. Let's block that. Let's lock that. Then no, it ain't going to do no good in locking it. Okay, so this is what I need to do. I need to bring this back. We're going to start off with the top one first. We're going to start off with this one right here. Try to get it right there. Okay, so we're going to, oh, that's marked for the top one. Okay, let's mark it for this one right here. Okay, so that's the beginning right there. Okay, let's mark that right there. mark that right there. Put a mark right there. Okay, that's for that one. Now let's look at this one. Here, let's take out that. And we're going to cut the rest of that stuff off. And we are going to okay, right there. So we're going to lock that and bring this down here. We're going to trim this video right here. So let's lock this one. Wait, which video are we showing? We're showing this one. So let's unlock this. We're going to trim it right there. I trim it. Nope, nope, nope. I didn't mean to trim everything. Just want to trim that. Okay, we're going to move that over and we're going to bring that back right there. Right that close by. No, wait, is this the trim portion? Or is this the trim portion? Okay, let's bring that back to right there. Okay, cool. Now, let's turn on that. And let's look at that. Now, this is the part to where we got Kenneka. Okay, we got a clear shot of her right here. And there's one more video that's even with her, Shemaya, and Munifa in it. And so I'm gonna see if I can find that video. And then we have this picture right here with this girl right here. All right. So we got that on lockdown. So let's hold off on that. And I gotta find that third video to where we can clearly see Kenneka. And then you guys tell me if these two girls are the same girl. If these two girls right here is the same girl. Because from looking at this, doesn't look like the same girl to me, peoples. But I don't want to bias your opinion. So I'm gonna get that third video, and then we're going to see for ourselves. Okay, because there's one with Shemaya in the video as well. Okay. So let me see if I have that. So let me lock these two so I don't make a mistake and mess that up. So everything is just refreshing. So I'm gonna check these videos and see. I know I got it. Okay, let me see here. And that's the one that I got right there. Okay, that's the one that I got right there.
I can't take pictures. That's all they want to do.
Okay. Then where's the video of all of them in the...
First responders across Chicago and
Did anybody pull?
Kenneka Jenkins, a young 19-year-old beautiful girl, was found dead in a
All right, so I know I got that video, but let me see if I can find it up on his page, because I got that video somewhere. And I'm gonna find it. Okay, so we got that.
Shout out to Scoop gang right here. Look at this. I had pointed out that I saw her over to the side by the door, right? But the watermark was in the way. So Scoop re-released the video for us. And look, we can stop. Well, Scoop already stopped it for us. Bam. Oh, it was so hard. It was so hard to stop. Hold on, I'm gonna pause it where Scoop paused. Hold on. Where they did a little snap. Dang, there we go. Bam. It was hard, but we saw it. Bam. Shout out to Scoop Gang. Hey, go subscribe right now on their channel, Scoop Gang on YouTube. All right.
We're gonna find that last video, people, and I'm gonna put this puzzle together. We're gonna take a look at this, because I know I got it, but I want to see if this guy has it. And I'm sure he do. He got everything else. And see, this video, they tried to proclaim Kenneka was in it, but when you start off in the beginning, you didn't see no pants, no leg, no nothing. I know this guy got it because he's got all of these videos. We're just going to continue to keep scrolling down, people, so I'm going to find it. And that little piece will be the good piece of the puzzle. That'll be the nail in the coffin. See, because I got the video on my main page, but it has all of the extra, whatever on there. And I want to see if they have the video with all the extra whatever on there. And see, this is what they were talking about when they said that they seen the guy.
So y'all don't see them boys standing behind her? Look. So y'all mean to tell me y'all watched this video all this time and y'all ain't see that nigga following her? Y'all don't see Y'all don't see them two niggas behind. Watch he finna grab his friend, y'all. That's a girl, G. Watch he finna grab. The girl is the one who hopped out. That's crazy. The girl, that's the nigga right there, G. The girl is the one who hopped out. You see her shadow, G, like somebody grabbed her ass back. Look at this shit. Play it again, Rob. Y'all share my shit. Send this shit to the police. However this shit gonna go. Look. Watch them niggas finna hop out. Look, y'all. And you see a detective beat. That means it's somebody else right there. That's old girl is. Now look, this what creeped me out. Now look right here. Look on the elevators, Rap. You can see them in the shadow right there in the elevators. Look right there. You see them in the elevators, yeah. You see them? They right there. You see them on the elevator. Now watch dude finna hop out, y'all. Watch this. Now look, that's the girl, G. So y'all don't see them boys standing behind her? Look. So y'all mean to tell me y'all watched this video all this time and y'all ain't see that nigga following her? Y'all don't see Y'all don't see them two niggas behind. Watch he finna grab his friend, y'all. That's a girl, G. Watch he finna grab. The girl is the one who hopped out. That's crazy. The girl, that's the nigga right there, G. The girl is the one who hopped out. You see her shadow, G, like somebody grabbed her ass back. Look at this shit. Play it again, Rob. Y'all.
That's another case I need to. Sandra Bland. I need to talk about her case. Her case for the first time. We already know what happened, but I want to talk about it. Okay, let me find that video. Let me find that video. Because when I find that video, peoples, this stuff is going to be all put together. And it's going to be something amazing. Because I need the video without all of the extra, stuff on it. They're dragging something. They're dragging something down the stairs. So they're dragging somebody's body down the stairs. Can't say if it was Kenneka, but he's dragging something. I'm not going to always say every little thing that we see, oh, yeah, that's Kenneka. No, come on, peoples. Now, unless you have full evidence of that, you can't say that. Well, here's a great picture of Kenneka. Finally, we get a yearbook picture of Kenneka, and there she is right there, and that's her name, Kenneka Jenkins. So it ain't no mistake in the baking that is her real name, people's Kenneka Jenkins. Because that we see right there's a school picture of her. And it's a young Kenneka. And this is 2009, 2010. And there is right there Monifa's ex-boyfriend, Tolliver. Right here. So they all went to the same school. I wish they would have found something with Shemaya in it. But as we can see, peoples, now we have a grade school picture of Kenneka with the name Kenneka Jenkins, not Kenneka Martin. And there she is right there, clear, it's in your face, peoples. So her name really is Kenneka Jenkins, and she looked just like Kenneka. Kenneka Jenkins, not Kenneka Martin. And here we are with the kids coming down the same hallway as the security, coming down the same stairs as the security, coming down the same hallway as the supposed girl who supposedly walked the halls of this establishment right here in this area. Yeah, we see them right there, the kids. There's Shemaya. There's Bree and TY and all of them walking down the hall on the other side. But look at Shemaya. She's coming straight down to the women's bathroom. Now, she didn't tilt her head. I don't know. This is what's happening. She's just gonna go up in there for a minute. No, it just only shows her going in. Now, here's a clearer picture of the girl in the casket. So she wasn't really in purple. So whoever took that picture, they just changed the color of her attire. But this is the true picture right here. But we can't really get a good look of the face because the little boy is in the way. But somebody took that picture right there. So when we're looking at that casket picture really doesn't represent this person in this casket. Because as I'm looking from an angle, that picture looks a whole lot different than what we have seen right here. See, this is the picture that they gave us with a purple looking thing. But then when you look at the actual real funeral picture, look at the color of the dress. It's kind of like a plum looking color, not like a dark purple looking color like this. And then if you look sideways at the head, let me get a screenshot of this, and then let's take a look at this. Let me get a screenshot of this. So I want to get the whole thing. I don't want to get part. To get the whole picture. Okay, so let's call that picture up. So let's compare these pictures together. Now they certainly look like the same type of dress because I'm looking at the pattern here and the pattern here. So it definitely look like the same type of dress. The hairstyle, now we see at an angle, is fluffed up and then it's tapered down. That's fluffed up, that's tapered down. But the girl looks a lot darker in here, but looks like a lot lighter here. If that boy wasn't in the way, man, we can get a real good close-up picture of her. I'm going to see if there is a real close-up picture of her. But that's what we got so far, peoples. So as we can see, this is not truly the color. That's the real color. It's kind of like a plum looking color. But let me get a screenshot of this. Okay. Makes a difference, peoples, when you do your research, right?
It is psycho up to. Nah, they ain't even took a sip of this bitch. Dog ain't drunk. I'm just enjoying myself. Hey, Kenneka. Check it out right quick. I ain't even drunk. No, I'm trying to show you something. Check it out. It is psycho up to. Nah, they ain't even took a sip of this bitch. Dog ain't drunk. I'm just enjoying myself. Hey, Kenneka. Check it out right quick. I ain't even drunk. No, I'm trying to show you something. Check it out. It is psycho.
Okay, so peoples, as you can see, she was alive, and the party wasn't crunking or anything and stuff. You know, so that dispels the myth of what a lot of people were saying. Oh, well, Kenneka was brought to the establishment deceased and placed in the freezer and stuff like that. That's the most stupidest thing that I've ever heard of. You know, it's just stupid. So the more research that you do, peoples, and the more videos that you find and things, it just proves the point that these people don't know what the hell they're talking about. And that they're just saying stuff just to be saying stuff. See, now we're piecing it together. Okay, I don't want to. I'm going to put that up there. Okay. All right, so now let's add this to my editing software. So we get more and more evidence, peoples, that Kenneka was alive and Kenneka was at the establishment. When the people said, "Oh no, Kenneka was dead. She was over at Schiller's Park. She was over at the Marriott." No, peoples, Kenneka was at the Crown Plaza. But now the question is, peoples, was Kenneka there on the night of the night? And that's what we're going to find out. It's what we're going to find out, peoples. So I want to make sure that I got everything shut down other than just that video. I want to just show this video right here. No, not this one. Is it this one? I want to make sure every video is shut down. Okay, that's shut, that's shut, that's shut, that's shut. So let me move this down, because I wonder if I copied the right video. Oh, I got it on the wrong thing. Okay, no, I copied the wrong video. That's not it. It's this one right here. Yeah, there it is. Okay. All right, so I got that video. Okay, so now let's look a little further. And let's see if we can. Yeah, this was a good video too, the walkthrough and stuff. I'm going to copy that right now. Not so much concerned about that. And then
we're gonna check in on
right
we want to stay
here. We go right here. Now remember, the other security officer had the belt on, and we seen the reflection of his belt buckle right there. You guys remember that earlier in the live. Now he has a belt buckle, but we see just the silhouette of where the silver part is right here. And we already know who this is right here, Franz Kabe. But why isn't we never seen Franz Kabe throughout all of this video footage? We only just seen him sporadically. See that? There's Bree. There's TY. There's the other gang members right there. And then there's Bree over here crying her little heart out. Ooh, boo-hoo. Ooh, boo-hoo. Look at Bree, boy. She's just crying her little heart out. Girl, give me a break with this. Give me a break with this.
They say they couldn't see if someone else was on the side or anything. Who told you that? The police officers, and when they was doing the investigation, after they told my mom they saw her on the camera at 3:30 in the morning, they said they saw her, she was leaning against the wall to hold herself up.
Now notice what Lenora had said. She said when they saw her at 3:30 in the morning. 3:30 in the morning. See, people see, this is why I do my investigation. This is why I love doing what I do, because they're giving you a timeline. They're giving you a timeline as to when all of this stuff was supposed to have happened. 3:30 in the morning. Really, Lenore? 3:30 in the morning? They called her mother at 3:30 in the morning.
They say they couldn't see if someone else was on.
And we're going to put that up there. And we're going to add that to our editing software. See, this is why I love doing what I do, because, they're giving you times. So with them giving you times, they can't dispute that, because this is what they said. It ain't what Edward Joseph is saying. It's what they said. So I'm only going by what they said. And let's listen to what she has to say.
They say they couldn't see if someone else was on the side or anything. Who told you that? The police officers, and when they was doing the investigation, after they told my mom they saw her on the camera at 3:30 in the morning, they said they saw her, she was leaning against the wall to hold herself up. So like I told them, she was leaning against the wall to hold herself up. The refrigerator, me and my mom.
So they saw her leaning up against the wall. Really? At 3:30 in the morning? Okay. Noted, peoples. Noted, 3:30 in the morning. They saw her leaning up against the wall. All right. That's what they said. Well, at least that's what she said.
Now you said what? What you say? What? He said he coming out with a clothing line. He wants somebody with clout to wear. I'm just no. That ain't got no clout. You? So I got this bitch right here. Y'all guys ain't like I don't like Facebook. I like Snapchat. That bitch on there. Now you said what? What you say? What? He said he coming out with a clothing line. He wants somebody with clout to wear. I'm just no. That ain't got no clout. You? So I got this bitch right here. Y'all guys ain't like I don't like Facebook. I like Snapchat. That bitch on there. Now you said what? What you say? What? He said he coming out with a clothing line.
Now we got a clear-cut shot of Kenneka in the background, so let me copy this video. See, just different videos, you get clear-cut pictures of her. So you can compare the videos to pictures that we have. And that's how you get your comparison, peoples. That's how you get your comparison. Okay? Every little clip shows a live picture of Kenneka. And I think I need to put all of these videos in a folder. So let me draw up a new folder and it just says Kenneka's videos. All right, I'm gonna put all of these videos that I had copied into this folder. Let me do it like this. Put that right there. Now we're going to add that to our editing software. And we're going to relink this. All right. Well, where's the video at? Where's video 10? Let's relink it. Go to the desktop. Go to the desktop. And let's look for Kenneka's videos right here. And then let's relink it right here. Okay, cool. All right, so now let's add that video. Let's add that video here. No, we're gonna going to add that video to my editing software right here. Okay, now let's add a track. And then we're going to put this video down here. We're going to close that. And then now let's get a good picture of Kenneka. And let's take out a picture. And let's get a good video, good picture of Kenneka. When she was looking at somebody. Okay, right there. It's a good picture of Kenneka. You got to wonder if Monifa and them really like Kenneka, because they all the time, you know, doing weird faces and stuff, and then have her in the background. It's like they were stalking Kenneka, but in a weird way. You know, look at her facial expressions, and look how she's looking at the camera, but then have Kenneka in the background. Now we got another good, clear picture of Kenneka. Clear-cut picture of her. See that, peoples? And she's looking at somebody. Clear-cut picture of her. Now you see Kenneka in different poses. And we're going to put all of these pictures together, and we're going to take a look and compare them to, you know, other pictures. But this is Kenneka. This is Kenneka in the flesh right here. An older picture of Kenneka. Okay. So we're gonna do our comparisons. And dang, I gotta relink all of these. I gotta relink all of these pictures because I moved everything from desktop. If I would have left it on desktop, then I would have just been able to do that. But now I got to relink all. I'm not going to try to relink them all now and stuff. At least I know where they are. Let's go to the desktop. Kenneka's videos. Then just look at the same name. Relink. So all of those pictures, all of those videos, I have to relink them all. But I know where they are, so I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to do it now. I'm going to put this, because they're all in Kenneka's folder, the video folder. All right, so where am I? Let's go back here. So I'm looking for that video, and I know that he should have it up on this channel. Tiffany Draper. See, we're going to compare all of the pictures, all of the videos and stuff that we have of Kenneka, so we can be able to get a very good assessment, peoples. You know, they try to throw you off with Kenneka Jenkins and Kenneka Martin. Well, you're not fooling me. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? Now, remember when they said that she was up there and that she was down there. But remember, Andrew Holmes kept saying that she was found down there. But in the actual video footage, she was found up there. So notice what I said beforehand when they said in the beginning that she was found in the rear by the dock area. And the rear by the dock area is up there and not down there. See? Got to remember the various things that they say, peoples. You know? Because all of that stuff doesn't make no sense whatsoever. Being up there and then being down there. Well, she was down there. How was she found up there? And then here is the thing. I'm glad that they found this part. Kenneka Jenkins not walking through that hallway. She is being carried. And as I was showing you in the other video, remember the guy in the black hoodie? So every little piece to this puzzle, people, is just literally confirms the various things that I've been saying forever and a day. And I just love it, people. So I love it. I love it when people, you know, have these little clippings and things and stuff, because it just confirms all of the things that I've been saying. She never walked the halls. She was carried. So how could she walk some halls and she's being carried? Doesn't make no sense, does it? Which tells you, peoples, unequivocally and undeniably, that it was a setup. And so I'm just getting clips and things of the things that Lenore said, Dr. Oz said, and TM said, the kids had said and stuff. And all of these different times people don't make no sense. You know, all of the different times doesn't make no sense whatsoever. Peoples. And there's Zaria Walls, and there's Monifa. We know that. If I can find that video, people, I have it on my main channel, but I have to find the version with all of the extra stuff.
There you go. Let me set this on your head.
Stop playing.
Come on, then.
Come on, do it.
Oh, I know what to grab. Got to make it look pretty.
What? Oh, quit playing.
There you go. Let me set this on your head.
Stop playing.
Come on, then.
Come on, do it.
You know what hurts so much every time I watch these videos of Kenneka? It is just the love that she had for this boy. You know? I mean, she had a magnificent love for this boy. More evidence right here, peoples. It says that, does Kenneka look like she was handcuffed or tied to a rope? Don't be a smartass. I'm just asking a question. Well, there is a ligature mark. Well, you know, a mark that's around her wrist. Now, that could be from the band that she was wearing. So it's not to say that she was really tied up or anything. You know, I mean, the band is on. And we already talked about this. That was up on her belly. It really hurts when I see these videos and stuff of her with that boy, you know, because she really loved him dearly. She really did, and he did her wrong. Oh, this is a good picture right here. Look how these boopers is sitting down and this is sitting up. Clearly, you can clearly see that it's not Kenneka, because look at these boopers. These boopers is hanging down and those boopers is hanging up. You see that? Ooh, good. So whoever put this picture together, boy, they did me a major favor. Boy, I mean, you can't get no better than this, people's. God damn. Look at this shit right here. Look at the boopers, peoples. The boopers even tell you that these girls are different. They are sagging and they are up. Man, boy, if you guys believe that this girl walked the halls of that establishment, you got to be stupid. And I'm just saying, I'm just going to call you just stupid, plain stupid, peoples, because that doesn't make no sense whatsoever. It is no evidence, none whatsoever.
Okay, put yourself in my shoes. How would y'all feel? With no explanation. We ain't trying to cause y'all no trouble. We come from all over the world and asking for questions because what y'all gave us, it doesn't make sense. We come to y'all in peace. We never threatened y'all. We never said anything, but y'all have gave us mob action. Y'all have locked us up. But people that haven't had even records, y'all have.
See, now TM sits here and talk all of this bullshit and nonsense, but then when you go to try to help her ass, she blocks everything that you try to do. You know, when you try to help her ass and try to give her some help, and you know, she doesn't want the help. But yet she sits here and talks all of this bullshit about, oh well, I need the help. No, you're lying. You didn't want no help and you didn't need no help, because if you really wanted to help, you would have accepted the help from all of the people. But you're the one who blocked this. Nobody did that, TM, but you. Now you want to sit around here and act crazy. Boy, people, let's look at all of these young and older pictures of Kenneka. And then here's that one.
Can you do a dick on a dick? Shit. How the hell you think you got here? Can you do a dick on a dick? Shit. How the hell you think you got here?
Can you do a split on a D? How in the hell you think you got
Imagine
here?
it's your daughter. Imagine if it's your son. How would you feel?
New here at 6 o'clock. Calls for a new investigation into the death of Kenneka Jenkins. Video released last night showing the teenager in the minutes before she ended up inside of a hotel freezer where she died. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ravi Bajwal.
And I'm Karen Jordan. Kenneka's emotional family and friends spent the day again demanding answers, and they're now threatening fallout against the village of Rosemont.
ABC 7's Keiko Garrett has the latest. It's new for us here at 6.
Kenneka's family, friends, and activists marched here to the FBI to demand a federal investigation into her death. Kenneka Jenkins' family and friends gathered this afternoon in Douglas Park wearing purple, her favorite color. After a group prayer and balloon release, they marched to FBI headquarters with this message.
Imagine it's your daughter.
Imagine it's your daughter, but you did not want the help. Boy, TM cracks me up when she be talking peoples.
Hey. Boy, you better quit playing now. Get low. And now I wonder if I shall fall into the sky. Do you think I want 1,000 miles if I can just see you? This is the only option. What? I'm gonna break your back. Hey. What?
You know, Kenneka was a very down to earth young lady. And she had a personality that you just can't help but to love. And this is what draws people to her. This is one of the reasons why I can't leave it alone. It's one of the reasons why I can't let it go, peoples, you know, because it is something about Kenneka that keeps me up on this case. And every time I take a deeper look, is letting me know that this bullshit that these people has been saying is bullshit.
All right, you will hear in the first 7 seconds of this video, the guy who says, "Who got the music?" is gonna say, "I really don't want to do this, man." Listen, just gonna turn up all the way. All right. He said, "I really don't want to do this, man." Watch, listen. So I think that's the guy saying, "I really don't want to do this." I know I'm hearing Shemaya say, "Shorty, I'm straight as some right now." And he could even say, "Irene, I don't really want to do this, but I want to reach." But I know he did say, or that person did say, "I really don't want to do this." Either I don't want it. All right, you will hear in the first 7 seconds of this video, the guy who says,
Well, we'll come back to that, peoples. I gotta enhance the audio to hear exactly what is being said. Now, don't that look like Tanasia right here in this picture, peoples? Look at the head and look at the face. Don't that look like Tanasia, who was one that was walking the halls of that establishment? I told you it was Tanasia. And one of the videos that was Tanasia was the girl who was walking in the kitchen. Now, was it Tanasia that was walking the halls, peoples? I mean, look at the resemblance. Striking resemblance, peoples. That definitely don't look like no Kenneka, but it looked like Tanasia. And remember the video that I've shown you earlier, peoples? You guys remember the video that I shown you earlier, right? Remember the hair that came all the way down to her butt? That little tiny strand of hair? Now, look up all of this hair, and it doesn't even come to her butt. It just comes up above her butt to her waistline. But the video in the bathroom, that hair was real thin and it came down past her butt. You guys remember that, right? See, it's little details like that that just tells you, peoples, they effed up big time. Boy. See, and people who go and take a look at this case, they don't even draw out those little details like that, like Edward Joseph does, you know, because this is the type of stuff that I do, peoples. And I've been trying to tell you forever and a day. But you didn't want to listen, but now you're listening. Here it is right here. Here it is right here, but this is just a picture. This is just a picture I already got this picture. I don't need all of his type and text and stuff because I already got the picture. So I already got these pictures right here, peoples.
The real tape.
But this is the video I was talking about. It is a video. I got the pictures. I don't need the pictures because I already got the pictures. I don't need him putting all of his text and stuff on the pictures. Now you see the guy right here? See the guy, the trainee? Right here in the glasses? Yeah, y'all see that, right? You can tell this is a guy right here, right? Look at his biceps. Look at his stomach. And look how he has like this tight pants like thing. So he doesn't show his dinky. That's a guy, peoples. And see, guys, they camouflage themselves. A girl don't have to camouflage herself. A guy does. And a guy works real hard to try to make himself look like a woman. But guys are not built like women, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? And they're trying to say that this is Neek and Irene. Peoples, that is not Irene. Oh my God. Whoever put this picture, whoever put this thing together, they stupid. Because that is not Irene. But this is the video that I'm looking for right here. I've already got these pictures without all of the extra text and stuff. But I got the video, but I want a clear cut picture of the video. And with that video, I'm going to put it together with the other two clips that I got. And we're going to talk about the Kendra Johnson case, peoples. We're going to get on that. I got a lot of good juicies up on that. But if I can find that video, that's going to seal the deal, peoples.
And then when he gets to the back in the video cuts off. When he gets right here, the video that this is on, it cuts off. All right. Now remember earlier, whether this is pertinent or not necessarily, this is the place where the bag, where the body was possibly in. We don't know if it was in the bag or not, but the guy hit it right here. He brought it through the same area. All right. All right. So let's go. So my point is, let's go here. Remember that the same location, I don't know if this is the same time. I have to get some timestamps on this. This is where this occurred at. Same place. So we don't know the connection. I'm not going to say this is a fact, but I'll say we're going to get to some facts. All right. And then when he gets to the back in the video cuts off. When he
These people know what happened to Kenneka. And the effed up part about it is, peoples, nobody wants to say anything. That's the effed up part about it. But, you know, the good news is that I'm not stopping. I'm not giving up. I'm not throwing in the towel. I'm not going to just let it go, like some people want me to do. You know what I tell them? All you need to do is just go and mind your own business and, you know, go do what you do. You ain't got to watch my live. And this is the picture that I was looking for right here. And I finally got it. There it is right there. There it is right there. Got it. Let me get a snapshot. This guy got a wealth of stuff. Boy, he's been on this case big time. I'm going to find that video. If it's the last thing I do, I just need that video, peoples. I need that video. And with that little clip, that is going to be all that I need to put this thing together and to show you guys once and for all, peoples. Once and for all. And see, the good thing, people, is this. Look at this. You guys remember in the bathroom, the breast was hanging down, right? The breast was hanging down, and it was just a white bra that hung down. But in this picture right here, there is something that is holding the breast together, and it's not her hair, because there is a black line that connects right to the center of the breast that holds both of the boopers up, as you can see. You see that, right? There is a black line that clearly connects the breast, the bra that holds the breast intact. And in that picture in the bathroom, the breast was hanging. So with that being said right there, peoples, it clearly is a indicator, and it clearly show you it couldn't have been Kenneka. Because again, peoples, the attire don't lie. So when people say, "Oh yeah, that was Kenneka walking the halls of that establishment and stuff," peoples, all you got to do is just look at the attire. The attire doesn't lie. And I've been calling this out forever and a day. The breast pictures don't lie. It doesn't lie, peoples. And that's a clear indicator that wasn't Kenneka walking the halls of that establishment. And look how thick this girl is. Well, people's, it's just amazing how people would just believe anything anybody say. Now this girl, Brianna Cotton, really strikingly favors Kenneka. She favors her. I didn't say that she was the exact match. I didn't say that she looked like her, but I said she really favors her. She favors her, not a striking resemblance. I mean, look at the pictures right here, peoples. Her eyes is just a little bit more closed, and Kenneka's eyes is a little bit more open, and you can see the whites of her eyes and stuff, but they favor. But Kenneka's lips is a little bit more bigger and rounder. Hers is a little bit more thinner and straight. But she showed her favor. All right, people. So I got a lot of work ahead of me here. I got a lot of things I need to put together. Hey, look at those. Look at those breasts, people. Look at those breasts. Do those? There is no black line that we've seen on the other picture that has a black line across her chest. None whatsoever. So you can clearly see that that wasn't Kenneka, peoples. Clearly. And people will lie in your face and say, "Oh, I don't see no black line on the bra." Well, you're lying. All right, people. Well, I think we're going to stop right here and we're going to pick up on tomorrow. I'm getting a little tired and plus I'm getting a little hungry. And I meant to cook something, but I didn't get a chance to cook anything. Didn't get a chance to cook anything. So now I got to go get something to eat. It's just amazing to me, people, is how out of all of the places that this young lady could have walked, you guys really believe that she walked herself into a freezer. That is just crazy to me, peoples. Out of all of the places in that establishment that she could have walked, for the people to believe that she walked herself into a upper or lower level freezer. That's just incredible to me, peoples. And the striking part about all of this is simply this, peoples. Why is it that we never see any video of Kenneka getting on an elevator, let alone been in the hallway when they supposedly first walked in? Why we never see that video footage? And then of Kenneka being in the elevator with Monifa and Shemaya. Why we never see no video footage of them on the elevator together? See, these are the questions that I ask the people, but the people can't even answer the question. So before you come to me with all of this extra madness, I just need you to answer the question. And this is oh God, they told this up on this one right here. Black scrunchie on the left arm, black watch on the left arm, black scrunchie on the left arm, black watch on the left arm. And remember in the video that I showed you right here in this video of that girl supposedly been in the bathroom with Monifa, remember, the hair was just a little bit of hair that came all the way down to her butt. But on here, you have all of this hair behind the head. This is a clear-cut indication right here, people. This clearly says it all right here. They lied. The scrunchie is on the left arm. The watch is on the left arm. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. And on that note, I'm a rest tonight. Oh, peoples, boy. I know many people don't like me right about now because I've been saying this forever and a day. I've been pointing this shit out forever and a day, and nobody wanted to believe me. But now you believe me because the evidence doesn't lie, peoples. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. The evidence doesn't lie. It's in your face. So it ain't much more than I need to say, peoples. You know, peoples, it ain't much more than I need to say because I have already proven to you it wasn't Kenneka in the hallway. But let you guys tell it. Okay, peoples. We're gonna come back. I gotta find that video, and we're gonna be on the search for that video because I know that video is out there and it's on somebody's channel without all of the extra text and overlays and all like that and stuff. I got 2 clips. I just need that last clip. And that's going to seal the deal. But all that I've shown you on tonight, people, is as you can see, none of that shit really matches up. You see what I'm saying? None of that shit really matches up to what these people were talking about forever and a day. And for what I have shown you, I have already proven myself many times over. So when you believe that Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment, continue to believe that and continue to be a fool, and a fool that needs to go to school. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? Continue to be a fool and a fool that needs to go to school, because if this live didn't prove to you unequivocally and undeniably that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment, well, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't, people. I don't know what to tell you. But that's what I have for tonight. We're almost at the 6.5 hour mark. I bid all of you farewell on tonight. And if the Lord says the same, I will see you guys on tomorrow. It's a 3-day holiday weekend, peoples. Enjoy yourself. I'm going to be here, and I'm going to be live, and I'm going to be doing the Kenneka Jenkins case. I'm going to be barbecuing and doing all of that wonderful stuff, but I'm going to be here, and I'm going to be putting all of this stuff together because I ain't got nothing else to do. So, I'm not going to get out and about and stuff because gas is too expensive and things. So I'm going to just be here doing what I love to do best. Let's talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case. So let me close on out, peoples. Let me close on out.
You unravel me with a melody. You surround me with a song of the living from my enemies till all my fears are gone. I'm no longer slave to fear, for I am a child of God. I'm no longer slave to fear, for I am a child of God. From my mother's womb, you have chosen me. Your love has called my name. Now I've been born again into your family. Your blood flows through my veins. I'm no longer a slave to fear, for I am a child of God. Oh, I'm no longer a slave to fear, for I am a child of God. You split the sea so I could walk right through it. My fears are drowned in perfect love. You ransomed me so I could stand and say I am a child of God. You split the sea so I could walk right through it. My fears are drowned in perfect love. You rescued me so I could stand and say I am a child of God. Oh, I am a child of God. I am a child of God. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. If you give a little more than you take, and if you try to fix more than you break, if you're the kind who takes the time to help a stranger in the rain, there's a place for people like you. If you stand up for those down on their knees and lend a voice to those who cannot speak, if you shine a little light, give sight to the ones who've lost their way, there's a place for people like you. I've heard up there the streets are made of gold, and when you get there, there's a hand to hold. I believe when your days down here are through, there's a place up there for people like you. If you walk around with your heart on your sleeve, and if you're trying to be the change you want to see, if you lay down your life for love so someone could be saved, there's a place for people like you. I've heard up there the streets are made of gold, and when you get there, there's a hand to hold. I believe when your days down here are through, there's a place up there for people like you.
So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts on today. Tune in again next time to an Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live. Edward Joseph Kitchen. Edward Joseph Gospel Hour. Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2026. Come through with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, greatly appreciate each and every one of you tuning in on tonight. And peoples, I want you to have a good Memorial Day weekend. Never forget about Kenneka Jenkins. Never forget about the loved ones. And until then, the Lord says the same. Guys, be blessed and get your rest. And I'll see you soon. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.
Nobody does it better. Sometimes I wish